All right, go live. How are they getting? Do you hear me now? Hmm? What's up, Timothy? All right. You're like, hey, is that clear? Send. All right, I'm live, y'all. All right, cool. Let me invite people. Uh, Hey, whoever. What's up? Because they know we are the truth and it's undeniable. Like the live, like the live. If you're joining in, like the live. Let me share it on let me share on Discord. Tap that screen, tap the screen. Get people in here. I don't know, but all I know is on both sides, I should say indigenous, I have sent it to prove how they changed one of my ancestors, Indian to Negro. What's up, Lorenzo? What's up? We got 39 people on StreamYard.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on? Yeah, what's up?
Hey, is my icon showing?
Well,
Maybe
good
I heard
afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
good afternoon, Brody. Well, good evening, as a
Yeah,
matter of
it's
fact.
evening. It must
Yeah.
say I'm speaking to somebody on StreamYard. Uh, let's see. What's up, CR?
You want to know something ridiculous? Because this
Hey, what's
is
up,
all
Nate
about the
FBA?
topic. Because you had this goofy Venus did a response to. I just made a video responding to this moron. His name is
Mhm.
Blackjack Pod. Man, this dude is low IQ. He thinks that people didn't get erased by Walter Plecker, or that Walter Plecker's stuff didn't trickle down in the other states.
Mhm.
Like, what is wrong with these goofies out here?
I don't know.
Yeah, they don't do real research. All they do is go with the defending the Mongol centrics, but never look into their own genealogy to prove that we're right or wrong.
Right. The show. You just say
So,
Grand Round
so
instead.
why are Black Americans getting hate for claiming American Indian? Because we
H.
post
Revise the H word. Y'all some free.
H.
I'll drop you a link. Yeah, I'll drop you a link. Yeah, so TikTok won't think we're actually saying, that speech, H speech. You know, that's
Speech.
why it's
Okay.
not. Yeah, that's why it's not in the full title.
Yeah. So why do we get uh uh H H? Because it affects their caste system, cash flow. Like, these people been benefiting off the peninsulares. If y'all don't know, that's Spanish for caste system, and upholding Black Yameno, which is bleaching themselves out and being YT adjacent friendly to those that are in the settler colonization position of controlling everything. That's systematic racism, YT supremacy. Like there's no other supremacy that's dominant but
What's up,
white
Party?
supremacy.
You said probably because they're saying that the Native Americans were Asian when the DNA test reveals it. I mean, Native Americans do get Asian DNA on their DNA test,
Which is a fact. And they have not tested the human genome of American Indians, especially those that were involved in the transatlantic slave trade or those that came back with Australoid phenotypic genetics. They're trying to hush on the black evidence, but show a YT Asian model for what else?
Mayans have Central America has Cambodian DNA. I'm not from Central America, so I don't really care. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
they're
black. I've
testing
never.
people from South, Central, and Mesoamerica, which is irrelevant to Black
That's probably
America.
because I'm black and never claimed a Native Indian. Okay, you're probably not from America then. You're probably not from. If your ancestors never told you, guess what? You probably never. You probably not from here. You're probably not from here. So, what's up, OG?
They never, ever want to take us to court because we have all the receipts. And if we take them to court, I know for a fact that we'll win because it's already been documented historically that they kept trying to change Indian from being a Negro into being someone being pale adjacent.
Huh?
The whole live got secret organizations like the Fraternal Order of the Red Men, Tammany
Take us
Hall.
do it. We not the ones threatening to take people to court. It's y'all on here. If y'all were so secure, what's up, Jahi? If y'all were so secure in what y'all in your own identities, then why y'all need to take people to court? Like y'all not a part of the east. Y'all not part of these tribes east of the Mississippi. So I don't know what y'all crying about. I'm delusional and you're not American. What's up, man? I'm just chilling on live. Yes, you will because you're at fault. Well, take me to court then.
Nadine, come on up. Because it wasn't even us. That was Salagi Kiki and Native Cholo that said, oh, call ICE and call the BIA and let's take these people to court.
Yeah, Bobby, why do you keep stalking our lives? We don't want to talk to you, dude.
Okay.
What's up?
What is this debate?
It's no debate. We talking.
We're having a dialogue.
What are you up to? This is dialogue. What are you up to?
What are you up to? Like, where are you from? What's your ethnicity? That's what we up to right now. We're trying to figure out who you are.
Me, I'm Black American. Hello.
From what state?
From California.
You're an Ethiopian living in California. Yes, you are. Where are your grandparents from?
My grandparents are American.
From where?
From America, like, hello. What are you talking about?
Stop playing on my lives. You're an Ethiopian living in California. Y'all act like we don't know who y'all are. I know what an East African sounds like. You know? I know what an East African sounds like. Like, hello, I'm from.
Nadine, you need to come on up with your receipts instead of babbling in the comments.
Nate, you mean Nadine? Her name is Nadine.
Nadine or whatever. I thought she was by her Navajo tribe name. But
yo, what's up? Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
You speaking to me?
Yes, we speaking to you. You said you're an African.
All right, hold on. I got it.
I said you guys are African. I'm an African American from America. Family born and raised in Chicago.
All right.
Don't you pussy. Yeah, who ain't black now? Missouri, nigga.
Dude, you're on the
Missouri,
goddamn.
nigga.
Dude, you're on the
We were
cell
in
phone. Why are
Missouri.
you yelling? Why are you yelling at me on the cell phone, sir? You're not tough. Like, and now he's on tea time. Like, are y'all okay? Are y'all okay? Is it the artificial coloring in the goddamn food?
I'm just saying, you stupid, bro. You stupid.
Is it the artificial color in the goddamn food? Huh? Y'all have lost a few marbles,
Bro,
obviously.
Stop trying to claim somebody.
Like, y'all have obviously. Why do y'all think y'all not
Stop trying to
changing
claim
nothing?
someone else.
I hope y'all know that y'all aren't changing anything. Y'all come up
Be
here
proud of.
yelling. You think that's changing something? I'm still on live, buddy. I'm not gonna get off live and stop being who I am. So,
You a goof.
and your mom should have swallowed you. How about that? And your mom should have swallowed you, because this is what she raised. This is what she raised. I hope your mom's proud of you, how you act on the internet. You sound pressed to crash out. Yeah, like short bus rider, how's it going? Come up here, the enforcer. You're not enforcing nothing. Enforcing YT people off your reservation. Enforce ICE to stop coming to your reservations. How about that? Y'all ain't enforcing nothing. What have y'all been doing? All right, we got High C. What's up? What's going on, High C?
Not a whole lot, man. How are you?
Right, where you from? What's your ethnicity?
Yeah, I'm from North Carolina, and I'm black American.
Like American from North Carolina. Okay, for sure. What brings you up here?
Yeah, I was looking at your prompt poems is why Black Americans is getting hate for claiming American
H
Indian.
censor the hate. HAT.
I got you. Okay, my fault.
Yeah,
HAT.
so it's good.
All right. You know what? I think I think they catch a lot of it because they're not really, providing you know, definitive proof, so to say, explaining how they are. And I think a lot of other people are saying, don't come with interest website, articles or things like that. We need
Okay,
peer
so
reviewed facts.
what do y'all want to see from us without doxing our families?
Oh, no, not me. I
Like
mean,
we're
I'm
showing,
just
yeah, I was about to say we show our family trees, we show our ancestors, and that's not good enough for people. So what do y'all want to see from us without us doxing our entire families?
like documents,
Yeah,
document.
documents. We show y'all documents. It's
Which I
on
don't
my
think you
page.
should. No,
It's all
no.
over my page. I have a cousin that resurrected the tribe in the 1900s.
No. What I'm
Sir.
trying to say is, no, you generally speaking, I'm not asking you to show me. I'm just saying the ones who
Well,
are
we
giving.
show these people that. We show these people
Yeah.
all the goddamn time, and they're so disingenuous and obtuse. This is all we goddamn do. This is
Yeah.
all we do is show goddamn receipts,
And
Like
another,
they're full of shit. We showed them law books and what happened into our families in the history books and all types of shit.
and I bet you actually get this too. Speak your native language. How many times have you been asked that?
A lot. And when I speak it, they say we making this shit up. That's why these people are so disingenuous.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm just,
Um,
I'm still waiting for, to
hold on, I see another example would be of I literally went on Venus's live and I showed this guy named I think Chino or something like that. And he called me a wabbo just because I showed evidence, not just Chat GPT. I showed the book. I went to the Internet Archives book
Because
towards.
y'all not from here, John Blackhawk. Like, if folks could like, how did y'all get to Oklahoma? Where was y'all tribes at? And before they came to Oklahoma, where were y'all at? Huh? Right. I'm from the first two colonies. My folks been documented since the 1600s.
Yeah, and this is Asian girl too, man, that's calling them out, saying they actually come from Siberia.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she responded to me on TikTok
Yeah.
and showed proof people are actually racist towards Black Americans, and they're not open to dialogue and getting down to the knit and the grit when it comes to us getting our reparations bag.
And I'm gonna say this right here too, then I'm gonna stop because I'm
For sure.
definitely not gonna monologue. Now it is like
So,
written documentation of Christopher Columbus saying that when he reached the shores of this land, that he thought he ran into the East Indians, and East Indians are dark skinned. And a lot of these
what was
Native Americans, so to say, are kind of like a light skin or like a what you call it? I don't even want to say olive, but like a
They're called
a
tan
tan
color. They're
color.
not
Yeah.
olive. They're not most of them are not tan. They are not olive, they're not copper, they are pale.
Yeah, but Christopher Columbus said that he thought he actually reached the shores. He thought he met East Indians, but he come to find out that they weren't. So that's another thing that actually had me researching as well. I'm like, okay, so who were these people that Christopher Columbus encountered? Because if you're saying that he thought that they were East Indians, they definitely are the ones that are claiming to be Native Americans right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm done, man.
Okay, I gotta be quick because it's loud, all the kids and stuff. But we do be bringing receipts. We always bring receipts, books, and some more stuff. I'm gonna give you one place you can go look because I don't have time to go through everything at the moment. But there's this library I just found out where you can go online and view a lot of their archives. You don't have to physically go to their library. It's called the John Carter Brown Library. If you want to look it up on Google, type in John Carter Brown Library. You could look up Native American archives or Indigenous people archives. It not only has books, historical old books that you can read for yourself on that library online, but it also has a bunch of paintings and pictures from the 1500s all the way to the 1800s that shows you what the indigenous people look like. And most of the pictures until I say a certain point of like the 16 and 1700s, they look like our people. Like once they started trying to change the narrative, especially once you get to 1800s, that's when they started changing them. But still, I went through the entire North American archives and nobody looked like the people who the Native Americans say they are today. Nobody looked like that except for the Mongoloids, the Mongols, it's a couple pictures of Mongols, and it said they were in the Canada area, the Eskimos. That's the only people that look like them that was on the North American continent so far as I went through all of these historical paintings and pictures. Everything else, it looked like our people. Either a lighter skinned version or a darker skinned version, but nobody looks like them.
So to answer what High C and Fadi was saying is that Columbus, he wrote, and his brother Bartholomew, they both wrote that indigenous Americans resemble both Orientals and Africans in the Canary Islands. So like the Moors and stuff like that. And Verrazano also said the same thing going into the United States. He said that people further up north look more Asian-like, and people down south look more Black or Negro-like Africans. So, and this is what I was trying to explain to this dude on Venus channel, but he ain't want to hear it. He didn't even want to acknowledge that I showed the primary source, the secondary source, and a tertiary source. I even pulled up Jack D. Forbes' book, and they still were in denial and calling me all types of names and slurs out.
I gotta find it, but yeah. I mean,
She said the name of that.
hold on one second. Hold on. When Europeans came over, they found people that look all different types of ways, from the lightest to lights to the darkest to darks. So with different phenotypes and all types of stuff in America they got over here. There's so many, it's thousands of tribes in North America and the Americas alone. Like, you think they all look the same? Like,
Nobody in
did she say?
Africa looks the same. Nobody in Asia looks the same, or even in Europe. They all got a diverse look. But when it comes to us saying that we're from here, they always got to use somebody that's just on a res, that's a Asian approaching looking person, a Mediterranean looking person, or a mestizo type person from South America, or some dark skinned Native American that's in the bush in South America.
Hey, I'm going on mute. Did she say the name of that guy is John Carter
Carter
Brown?
Brown. Yeah.
All right, I got it. All right, thank you.
No problem. What's up, Venus? All right, we got.
Can tell you what happened.
Hold on. We got Hello. We got Derek. We got new people on the panel. What's up?
Not much here. Just got invited in, so I figured I'd pop by, see what's going on.
Oh, you've been up here before.
Yeah. So I don't know. From my angle, I don't see much hate from the Great Lakes area. I guess in our mind we're very it's all about a path you walk. And right. I'm sure you heard me say this before. I see a lot of people that try and defend this. Their history and stuff, which we all have our own reality, and it seems like they're showing more passion for trying to prove something than actually walking a certain path, my slogan is, you can't show more passion for your past than you can a successful future. So just keep walking forward, and I'd love to see people take part in some of the traditional ways and stuff, and it's not so like, who's right or wrong. It's really a celebration of life.
I was about to say, we never lost our traditional ways. That's what we've been trying to tell people. We never lost our traditional ways. That's why our culture is so prevalent throughout the world.
So which ceremonies do you guys have?
The ceremonies, we venerate our ancestors, right? We venerate our ancestors in different multitudes of ways. That's one of our ceremonies, right?
Like what?
One of our ceremonies, like venerate our ancestors. We venerate our ancestors all the time. When you see us showing pictures and memorializing our ancestors, that's one thing. Like the church, right? The church, the way we eat, the things we cook, the way we prep things, like the way we clean our house. The way we clean our house, like it's a lot of things, it's a lot of sauce that we do, and we don't tell y'all.
So you're saying
because it's a close, and also it's closed to the public. Y'all ain't gonna know what we do unless you're a part of our goddamn family. Right, the way
you experience that, right?
Yeah. Like, he has no answer. I have an answer. Like the way people, what's your language, Algonquin? Like we still speak Algonquin. And a lot of English borrows words from Algonquin, Muskogee, Arawak.
Owen Nangin. I'm asking you how you're doing in Algonquin.
I'm good. Secure Khan.
Doing well.
Yeah, Secure Khan.
I feel like you're questioning him because you don't believe him.
Right.
I'll say, like, are you asking what traditions do we do and all this other stuff because you're assuming we're the same as you, we're the same people as you?
No, I'm familiar with traditions nationwide, right? So I travel a lot and go to different,
I think from what Derek's standpoint is that we don't get around and bang on the drum and dressing
we
like
still play drums. Yeah, like we still dance arm foot. Like look at our footwork across the goddamn country.
But we don't wear the colorful regalia and stuff like that.
It's not like, do you not know we got this? People got disenfranchised from the reservations. Mm-hmm. So if people aren't on the reservations for centuries and decades, what you think happens? Huh?
I never lived on a reservation, but I know all my traditional stuff. So like when you're talking about
indigenous practices were outlawed, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we still did it. We didn't bow down.
Yeah, we hid it. People hid it in the church.
We didn't.
He's talking about
my tribe.
Practice
your tribe did it. Y'all didn't come across the English until like the 1800s.
Yep, you're right.
We've been dealing with the English since the 1600s.
That's nothing to brag about.
It's not, I'm not bragging, dude. It's talking about colonization. Folks have been colonized longer than your people.
Yeah, that's something to brag about for sure.
It's nothing. It's nothing to brag about. So what? And also, a lot of these tradition stuff is still getting outlawed because there's only 150 indigenous languages being spoken, and by 2050, only 20 will still be. So why? So what's happening to these indigenous languages?
I think there's too much energy spent on learning indigenous language when learning a lot of the actions, right? So putting out your tobacco every morning and
my folks planted tobacco. They cultivated tobacco. They own tobacco plantations. So yeah, our folks still do Indian stuff. Tobacco. They use tobacco for ceremonies, right? Folks still gamble. Gamble is an indigenous thing. Gambling, the way we fish, the way we hunt. That's still traditional shit. The foods that we eat. So what are we talking about?
Well, there's still practices when you're eating the meals, right? You didn't mention like
people pray over the goddamn.
You have to do.
Yeah, people pray over the food.
How we prepare them.
Folks still eat the whole. Folks still eat the whole animal. What chitlins? People eat pig feet. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, there's ceremonies up here. You're not mentioning a few key,
up here because I'm not from your
aspects of
area, so I'm not from the Great Lakes. I'm from the East Coast of the United States.
Yeah, and we always consider them lost, you know.
Yeah, lost, right? East Coast of the Eastern Woodlands. Y'all not from our areas, so how would y'all know what we're talking about? Well, y'all not from where we're from.
Because I got family out there.
What part? Where's your family
Washington,
from?
DC. I got a lot of people that work for the Smithsonian.
Work for the you know that the Smithsonian don't show nothing about the tribes in that area, right? It's only one fucking section about the Algonquin in the DC area in Virginia.
There's a whole museum.
No, it's not. No, it's dude. What they show in the I was just there. I was just there not too long ago.
I could have got you a tour with the artifacts.
Same here. I was there too.
I was just there. We literally were looking at the artifacts. Like it's only 4 floors. It's 3 floors actually. It's only 3 floors. The first floor is comprised of the goddamn ball game section. Like that's all the first floor, right? Then the second floor is one section that's showing the Piscataway and the Powhatan. Literally.
Oh, don't forget about the so-called native minstrel caricatures. That's all they got is Plains natives mostly.
Plains and folks from Mexico.
Yeah, in California.
And have you ever been to an East Coast powwow? It's mostly people that look like me there.
Mm-hmm.
Powwows aren't traditional.
Or either high yellow Negro.
Y'all like, where does the powwow come from? What does the term powwow? Where does the term powwow come from?
The powwows aren't traditional. It's like a party.
It's a party. It's like we still do family reunions and cookouts.
Yeah, it's the same.
And rodeos.
I was about to say.
Where does it answer this? Nothing to brag about.
It's nothing to brag about. It's nothing to brag about. But that's how people get money. That's how tribes get money. Yeah. That's how your tribe sustains itself because you need money in this system. Yes, it does.
I feel like what you're doing, Derek. So one, like you're instead of asking questions, you're just interrogating, and you're trying to evaluate someone's cultural.
Exactly.
You're trying to evaluate someone's cultural.
You're being mad dismissive right now.
Yeah, to see if it's in direct correlation to yours. Your practices is superior to what we're telling you.
Exactly, and on top of that, I'm already told you I'm not telling you my family traditions because it's my family's. I'm not telling you that. You're not my family. The same way you're not going to tell everybody about your tribal practices because y'all have closed practices too.
And y'all call it sacred and y'all gatekeep the shit. That's why your languages are dying because you don't languages. Unaliving. But empires flourish by expanding, by making people practice that same culture and expanding. If you don't do that, then you'll go extinct. So that's why a lot of these languages are unaliving off because y'all don't even pass it on to so-called who you deem as non-native or outside of your community.
And Derek, what's your
job again? Y'all stuff just like we gatekeep ours, but everybody wants to commercialize our shit to the rest of the world. Like, say, for example, Juneteenth. That's a specific holiday that's shared amongst the Chata or Black American community that were enslaved underneath the so-called fossilized
they weren't.
tribes or YTs.
Hold on one second. Juneteenth is a Texas holiday, right? Juneteenth about the Eshak that were enslaved in Galveston, that were classified as Black and colored. The Eshak.
They were sold on the market as African slaves.
Actually, that's not true, bro. I'm actually from Galveston, Texas, bro. Born and raised. That's with not the host, but the other guy, Tyrone. That's not true at all.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I'm from Galveston. I'm from Galveston.
Shout to you.
I live here now. Yeah.
For sure. What's up, KJ? But yeah, they reclassified people from like the Eshak and Galveston and the other folks that were a part of that enslavement.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like that's why. Yeah, I was about to say that's why. Yeah, in the Karanqua, too as well.
Kashada, Chata, the what's that? The Wachita, the Kiddish Raccoonite people, all them.
Yeah, but
Ask you a question. I've been waiting for a native to answer me this while I'm doing my deep dive researches. Historical researches, because y'all act like nothing else is recognized except for historical research. Can you explain to me why I found multiple resources or multiple receipts that say that they were kidnapping or taking a lot of the American Indian tribes and making those people as the Slavs? Most of and only a few might have been not Indians. Can you explain that for me?
I can't explain that too much because my tribe know, right? Like up here. Down southeast, maybe, right? But nothing
just down southeast. They were taking them from a lot of different places. As the most they took was from the southeast and from Texas.
Yeah. Nothing here. Because no one came to the sticks.
Fur trappers steal indigenous people from up there and bring them down south into the Caribbean.
Who what?
You whole live had French fur trappers kidnap indigenous people from the Great Lakes region, such as the Pawnee, the Sioux, and all those different types of tribes, and brought them down to the southeast, the eastern woodlands, and the Caribbean. This is all in Alman Willard Lauber's book, American Indian Slavery in the colonial limits of the United States. So how don't you know this?
But the natives are not the enemy, guys. The natives are not the enemy. It's the colonizers.
They need to stop acting like colonizers. Then.
Yeah, they're definitely agents.
They need to stop acting like colonizers. Then they want to speak on histories of people they're not from, right? They want to tell people who they are. They're acting the same people they say oppress them.
Well, so, that's the thing that people do that to us. Like it don't matter what skin color you. I mean, if you have deep, dark, melanin rich skin, everybody treat us the same. Anything we say, we stupid, pseudo.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. So they all
but
the
Africans
same.
do that too. Asians do that too. Latinos do it too.
Yep. Then it's fuck them too. If they act like that, if they act like that, then it's fuck them too.
Right.
Colonizers don't have a skin color. They come in all colors.
Derek, what tribe did you say you were in? I forgot.
Like,
gotcha. Okay.
Like the same tribe Jeff Weiss came from. Jeff Weiss. He's at the so-called native Yahtzee that unalived his own classmates and his YT uncle.
No man, like who are you, Herbert?
It's okay. So that was like 10,
I'm up here, Herbert. Stop,
15 years
white
ago.
Boy. I know this.
2005.
I'm up here.
That was my cousin.
That don't have nothing to do with him, though. That don't have nothing to do with him, though, bro.
Yeah, it does because he's from the same tribe as that dude.
All right, so if a BLK person do something, is that a reflection?
No, that's not, bro. But still,
we can't be ignorant about this stuff, bro. You can't
I'll
be
give you some
ignorant.
reality on that.
But look, I get
So,
my wild rice from the Red Lake Nation.
Hold
You know
on,
what I'm
bro,
saying?
because for one, he had Black Americans in general living rent free in his head, and he did
me?
that stunt. No, that man that I just mentioned, he did that whole stunt because natives appropriate Black American culture.
No, I don't think
Yeah,
so, dude.
that's why
So
he did it. He did it because he was
I'm telling you
a
this, like
whole live
firsthand.
incel.
My dad went to that funeral. My dad, that was his Uncle Dash. I grew up in central Wisconsin, not on the res, right? And yeah, my dad dropped everything and went up to handle that stuff. All I can tell you from, how do you say it, from what my dad told me, is the kid was just loopy, you know what I mean? And he yeah, it's tragic. And I remember Dash.
From my recent research, I discovered you guys are Siberians and Asian mix.
That's, whatever your reality is, that's fine, but it's not going to change how I walk.
It's reality. It's proof.
That's your reality. It's not mine.
It's proof.
Okay, you're right. You're right. But regardless, but yeah, it was pretty jacked up, dude. I remember because I just graduated that year, and yeah, I remember going through all that stuff with my dad. And obviously, I was being a teenager going into adulthood, But I look back on that, wish I was there more for my family.
Because I did a lot of research on that case, and that dude was literally one of the people that's a part of that whole incel movement.
I remember him from family stuff. He was wearing like a lot of Slipknot and Limp Bizkit and all that stuff type concert. You know what I mean? Like they're
hardcore rap.
Still, y'all, hold on. Y'all base, come up here, Daniel. Y'all base all y'all identity off a goddamn card from the government. Congratulations. But Just, what's up?
Oh, what's up? You invited me. What's up?
Yeah, what you got to say?
Oh no, I'm just, I just like to learn. And,
where you from? Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I currently reside in Michigan.
Where are you from, and what's your ethnicity, sir?
Well, I guess where I'm from, I was born in Florida.
What's your ethnicity, sir?
And I claim indigenous.
What's your ethnicity, sir?
Right, I claim indigenous.
What tribe, sir?
I'm still reconnecting with my indigeneity, actually.
What tribe, sir?
Right. So far, I've narrowed my tribe down to maybe the Apache.
Apache?
Yes.
Well, okay. Which grandparent was Apache?
My mother's father.
Your mother's father.
Yes.
And what year? What year was he born?
He was born in 1909.
In 1909, he was on the Apache reservation.
No, I said
no.
Maybe. I'm still.
Oh, you don't even know who the fuck you are. Like what? So why are these identity lists? People coming to harass us. What's your identity, sir? You talking all this shit? How many grandparents can you go back?
What shit am I talking?
Like, yeah, I saw you in the comments, dude. Don't come up here and play victim and act dumb. Like, don't act dumb, dude. We saw that shit. I saw that shit. Yeah, he been on CR's live a few times. Exactly, dude. Exactly. We act like you're saying we're not indigenous, all types of shit. So you said us, me.
You?
Yes.
I said there's no proof of.
You said that. Africans. Yeah. Who's a black African?
I said there's no exactly. I said there's
who's a black African?
Sir, I said
there's no proof that black people were here before Columbus.
No. Exactly. Can you name 10 Africans that came here, sir?
I said there's no proof of black African presence in the Western Hemisphere.
Who's a black African? Who? I'm asking you. Who do you think's a black African?
You.
Me? Okay. Name 10 Africans that came over here, sir.
10 Africans?
10 Africans that came to America. Yes.
Africans that came to America?
Yes.
Personally, I don't know 10 Africans.
Okay, cool. You don't know shit, huh? You don't know your tribe, and you don't know the Africans that came over here. You don't know shit.
I don't personally know them, no.
You don't personally know shit.
How you gonna speak on history? If you don't even research who actually came in over here, you don't research actual history or science, because the science and the hold on. I know you don't, because I actually looked into Christopher Columbus' journal, and it said that he described indigenous people such as the Arawak and the Taino as looking like Canary Islands.
We don't even got to go into that. He don't even know his great granddaddy and what he was. He don't even know he said, maybe he's Apache. What are they? What is he?
Right.
Like, why are you identity list?
Anyway,
people, hold on. The facts, there's no facts. You don't even know facts about yourself, sir.
I do that.
You don't know no facts about yourself. Is your great granddaddy Apache or not?
I don't know yet.
You don't know. You don't know in the moment.
Like I said, I'm still reconnecting with my.
That makes you a wabble.
Go find out who your great granddaddy is.
That makes you a wabble.
What he would consider is good enough proof. What do you consider proof?
I mean, what does it matter of what I am? I know the facts of who you're not.
I know the facts of who. Hold on, I know the facts of who you're not, sir. You're not Apache.
No, you don't. You don't know that. You don't know that.
You're not.
You sound stupid, bro.
You sound stupid. You sound stupid. So you're saying I'm African?
Randall, what do you get at? No, Derek.
Dude, can y'all stop talking while I'm trying to talk? Yeah? Something wrong with you, sir. Something's wrong. Who called you? Don't know your great granddaddy.
Why are you ashamed to be black, bro?
Why are you ashamed of not knowing your great granddaddy?
Why are you ashamed to be black, bro?
Why is your granddaddy not Apache, sir?
Why are you ashamed to be black, bro?
Like, why is your granddaddy not Apache? Why don't you know that? Why don't you know that?
I love my brothers and sisters. Why are you ashamed of yourself?
You're ashamed of yourself, sir. You can't even name your great granddaddy what tribe he was.
I'm part African.
What African ancestor of yours? Name one.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm West African.
Why don't you know about yourself, sir? Why don't you know about your family, sir? Huh?
Because I'm still
you're still free. Why don't you? How old are you? You're probably older than me.
I'm 41 years old. That's right.
You're 41 and you don't know about your family? God damn it. Yeah. You don't know shit about your family. You 41. What was you? Name 10 Africans that came over here.
I paid attention in school.
Now name 10 Africans that came over here.
I
don't know. I was about to say all these I don't knows. Go figure out who your great granddaddy was.
He trolling. That dude trolling, man. He trolling.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about this pretendian that just got up here and tried to tell us what we are?
Someone said he's Latino. The Apaches are Latino. They're literally Latinos. They migrated. The Apaches migrated from Mexico.
Oh, brother. All right, we got who?
Oh,
brother.
Who summoned Choctaw?
Yeah, what's up, Choctaw? Where's your family at before they went to Oklahoma?
Y'all trying to use my legal term, American Indian. Show me y'all legally called American Indian.
Hey, Choctaw, where was your family at before they went to Oklahoma?
Mississippi.
Mississippi? What year?
Oh yeah, that's my ancestral land.
What year did they get to Mississippi? Get from Mississippi to Oklahoma. What year?
Yeah, mine was 1830 when we moved out of Mississippi.
Okay,
some of my people stayed in Mississippi. My people stayed in Mississippi.
Your people stayed in Mississippi. Cool. How far? This Mississippi Choctaw. How far your tree go? How far your tree go back?
All the way back to the 14,000 years.
14,000 years. What was your people doing 14,000 years ago?
Yeah, we were hunting these mastodons up here with archaeological evidence.
How did mastodons?
Motherfucker made a jerky out of these motherfuckers.
Jerky out of his mother. Why don't you call yourself Choctaw?
Because that's my name, homie.
Why don't you call yourself Choctaw?
It's not Choctaw. It's Chutta.
It's Choctaw.
Chutta, motherfucker. Get it right.
What is you talking about?
Chutta. What the hell?
C-H-A-H, dumbass.
C-H. Yeah.
A-H-T-H. Chutta. Yeah, why you that's not your legal term. That's my legal term on my documents.
Okay,
your document. Hold on. What? So you got your card Choctaw. You got a real one. You got a real Choctaw up here, right?
Go back 14,000 years, homie. How far y'all go back over here? What's your evidence?
Over 14,000 years. I'm a Paleo Indian.
What's your evidence?
The Piscataway, dude.
No, they ain't that damn old hell.
Yeah, yes, they are. Algonquin, your language. You speak. Hold on. You speak a Muskogee language. That's under the umbrella of Proto-Algic, sir.
No, it's not. No, it's
Yes,
not. You
it
making
is.
shit up.
I'm not making shit up.
Yes,
I'm not
you
making
are.
shit up. It's
Why you cut?
Algonquins are older than your people. That's why you think Algonquins stretched so far in the Americas. Why do you think Algonquins stretched so far in the Americas? Because they're older than y'all.
That's what I thought. Hey, I'll go back 14. I can show you. I'll go back 14,000 years.
Show us. Show up. Source up. Source up.
Yeah, I can source up. Ain't no damn shit. I know what we were
Source-
doing 14,000 years ago. I ain't got to make this shit up.
Source up. Source up then. I'm waiting.
Yeah, let me
Turn
go.
your
I gotta
camera
find it. I gotta find it. The African man. Hold on.
You gotta find now. Name 10 Africans that came over here, Shakta.
The first slave owner was Anthony Johnson.
That's not true, bro.
Where did he come
that's the
from?
first slave owner.
Where did Anthony Johnson come from?
He come from Africa.
What part?
Where?
Yeah, West
tribe?
What part? What tribe, sir?
West Africa.
No, he didn't.
From Angola. Yeah.
Name the tribe he came from.
First slave owner was an African American.
Name the tribe he came from. Huh?
That's your job. That's your people here.
No. Name you told Tyrone.
That's
Stop
your people.
coming. Stop
I told you.
ad-libbing,
I told you
nigga.
first slave
Goddamn.
owner Anthony Johnson.
God,
Anthony Johnson.
yo, that shit annoying. You yelling in my goddamn ear.
Oh, you don't want to hear the information here.
I'm here. What?
Look up Anthony Johnson here. First slave owner. Yeah. Choctaw Nation history expands probably 14,000 years.
Probably 14,000. Probably.
Don't say probably. What's say probably at?
Approximately. They're guessing.
I don't know.
They're guessing.
It doesn't matter how
They're
far
guessing.
you go back.
We'll
go back further though. That means further than 14,000. Probably 18,000 years, homie. That's what that means.
So, sir, name 10 Africans that came over here. 10.
That's your job. You're the African, homie.
You said I'm African. You said I'm African.
Johnson, the famous one. I know that.
Hold on. You said I'm African. Now name them, dude.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson. Look it up.
Name my ancestors. Name my African ancestors, sir. Name them.
They got a whole museum dedicated to y'all.
Dude, name the Africans. Why can't y'all never name the Africans? Huh?
Homie.
How about why can't y'all name them? It's since y'all know us. Y'all know us. Name the Africans.
Oh, yo, check this out. This is America, right? This is America. America is a business, just like you said. There's a museum. If you ever thought America can make, you know the money, do you know the money America can make if there was a museum that had slave ships? That don't
They
even
won
exist.
in North Carolina.
Hey, Choctaw, pull your tree up.
Show me a picture of a slave ship.
Pull your tree up, Choctaw. Hold on, one second. Show me your oldest ancestor. Choctaw. Show me the oldest ancestor on your tree right now.
You show
me the ancestor. Show me the oldest ancestor on your tree right now. No,
I
already showed people. I already showed people.
No, you haven't. I can show you the slave manifest. You want to see the slave manifest?
Of what? Of who?
Of y'all Africans?
Show me your oldest ancestor and stop playing games. Show me an ancestor labeled as copper colored, actually, because I got you. Yeah, you said hold on. Okay, bet. One second. Yeah, 1 second, dude. 1 second. Oh boy, this shit too easy. Oh, trying to be you. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Oh, this shit too easy. Oh, this is my 5th grade grandfather right here. Let's look at his court record. Let's go look at his court record. Oh yeah, bet right here, 17. Oh, John, what that say right here? Born 1783. Complexion copper. Where your copper colored ancestors at? Choctaw? You show me.
Yeah, that's me. That's why I'm colored. That's what that label is. Copper.
No, show me an ancestor of yours that's
copper colored. Word
game.
That ain't proving shit.
Oh, show me an ancestor of yours that's copper colored.
Yeah, when Columbus came over here. Long straight hair.
No, source up. Yeah, 1 sec. Source up, like Choctaw. Source up. Show me an ancestor of yours. Go ahead. Show me an ancestor of yours classified as copper colored. Huh? This is
never came to North America.
Yeah, exactly. Now get off my stage, dude. Get off my stage. Copper and woolly. Fuck is we talking about? This in the 1780s. Fuck you mean? White boy? Goddamn Danny Trevelyan on my goddamn panel. Hello? Oh, brother, not E-Daddy.
I was like, who is that?
Him is that.
God, I was scared. Show me an ancestor of yours, Choctaw. Until you show an ancestor that in 1780, show me an ancestor in the 1700s. Actually, he can't do that. He can't do that.
I want to see his 8 generations of relatives trying to hide the Negro in his dang genealogy. Let's see it.
That's too easy. Like, man, that's too easy for y'all. Y'all don't want to come out when it's time to show paperwork. Y'all don't want to show when it's time to show paperwork. That's light work. That was light work. Like, how did the act show African American? I like how that. Yeah, it's called court records, dummy. African American. Nobody show me a record with somebody called African American in the 1600s. Show me. Show me a record of someone with the term African American in the 1600s, 1700s. Show me. Can't do it. You can't show me no court. Nobody in court was called an African American. Never. It's called free. Yeah. The Black Indian. Yeah, the source say free African Americans. Okay, cool. African American is a modern term. None of my records say African American. Fuck is we talking about?
My mom is older than the term African American.
Yep.
They only got one census in Philly for African Americans. That's like 1847. Why is there only one African American census and it's only in Philly? Huh? What's up, Reese? Yeah, just making light work. Just making light work today.
I see. Man. See.
They mad because their falsehood is getting checked. Facts. Like it's too. I didn't show my tree too many times. Goddamn.
Yeah, I don't know why folks hate so much. My fault.
Then that Lou dude up here, that's the main wabbo right there, bro. Like, he ain't even got none of his shit. He ain't did his genealogy. He ain't do no research. All you came up here is babbling and bringing up Africans. How you gonna claim we're Africans and you don't even know nothing about the so-called alleged blacks that got brought over here? Wouldn't y'all would have like translated their dialects and stuff, had a workshop on how to learn their language to teach them how to do your job at picking cotton and stuff like that? Let's not play games.
Hey, what's up, Star? What's up? People say people ain't getting on us. Why all these natives in here making a fuss? They ain't showing their paperwork, huh? But you're trying to say you're the first ones here we aren't African. Why? Y'all don't hear us claim African. Stop it. Y'all do not hear us claiming African. Stop it. Whatever, yo.
You know what I realized? Because of course earlier today I was like scrolling through and it's just one I forgot his name, some African guy. He always has lives about Black Americans. And what I realized is like the reason they need us to be slaves, like the reason they need us for our like history to only end at like slavery, and then for us to be
keep shock talk down there. He don't want to show his tree. Yeah, go my bad, native.
Yeah, you're good. I just like it's just the it's just the way of saying no matter how much you progress, no matter how much you do in America, don't forget you as a slave. And for Africans, it's like I don't care how much you do, I don't care how much you succeed. Don't forget that you come from us and we're a part of your legacy. So it's just that's what the goal is for them.
I don't know what your end goal is. We all win. All evidence. Yeah, y'all. If y'all had all the evidence on y'all side, y'all would have been took us to court. Y'all been threatening us for years to take us to court. Threatening for years. Y'all, all y'all do is babble. That's why y'all leader, Solidly Kiki, has me blocked. So that's y'all goddamn leader on TikTok. And she don't. Y'all bet you her ass won't pop up in none of my lives. She gotta send her lackeys over here. You lose. I bet you Solidly Kiki, your leader, won't come tell us how she's trying to sue us in my life. Indian dude don't never come up. You lose, loser, because you're all. How am I losing if you're always in my life? I was like, how am I the loser? You're in my life. Hey, you don't see me. You don't see Darvin Osiris in none of these losers' lives because y'all are losers, and I know y'all are losers. That's why I don't show up to y'all lives. Why would I lessen my aura, lessen my energy, lessen my greatness being around y'all? Please.
I think they want to steal information from you and claim it. That's the
Probably.
only reason why I know. Over here trying to aura farm.
Yeah, try aura, and I got all the aura, so I already know. I could sneeze on live and everybody wants to show up. I got. It's very disrespectful to claim that you're the first. I'm from the first. If I'm from the first people of North America, what you think that mean? I'm the first people in North America. So you can discredit real indigenous. Like who's the real? What is real? It's over 1,000 tribes. Can you name them all? Can you name them all? Yeah, tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen. My ancestors are the real indigenous too. I ain't come on the internet telling y'all who y'all were.
You got some gullible fans in the comments. I said you African, and they got mad at me. Like,
You know they love me. Don't say, but you're African for sure, Venus.
oh, you're definitely from Zimbabwe.
Yes, you are.
You can clearly, one thing you can clearly see with all of these African immigrants in America. I mean, and I'm not being funny. I ain't trying to throw no shade, but you can clearly see, even based on the children that reproduce with the same YT people. Watch where I go with this. Barack Obama came from a YT woman, American YT woman. Do you see the distinctive look that Barack Obama has from his African father? Compare Barack Obama to any of Michael Jordan, get somebody dark, 50 Cent, who really, really dark. Compare 50 Cent's mixed kid to Barack Obama, and you will clearly see that even when we mix with the same race, our children are different because we're not, I mean, we're similar, we're all, eventually from the same place. But over time, we definitely separated, just like the Aborigines in Australia.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying just like the Aborigines in Australia have their look, a specific look with all the melanin. The ones
like, you thought about Africans, then instantly thought about swirling.
You talking about so we branched off from Africans and now have our own look? We didn't branch off from nothing. You off that booger sugar. You need to go detox.
This man brought up African immigrants, then brought up swirling. That's the first. Do you have mixed kids, sir? I'm starting to think.
You like that? And YT people don't even have the same lineages. Some of them is descendants of Moors. Some of them is descendants of dark-skinned people, and some of them are just Cabbage Patch babies. The YT people don't even got the same lineage. So what are you talking about?
Man, what's up? What's up, Damali? How you know? You can go back to 1690. Fire. You're new here. Fire. I'm glad. What state, Damali? Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Anybody on Instagram commented? I believe you got. Okay.
Stop requesting.
Like we don't want you here, yeah.
unless you're ready to come show your tree.
Yeah, come show that tree. Yeah, I had a completely different.
There's no such thing as ethnogenesis.
No.
It's not a thing.
I'll say that on Twitter. They want to fight you, Venus. What's up?
You because you ethnogenesis people think you have claim to land that isn't yours. If you saying you're a new ethnicity, go find an island to stay on.
Hey yo, hello.
So you can be your own ethnicity and brand new race of people.
These are only the opinions of Venus. Venus's opinions do not reflect the hosts and everyone else on the panel.
He's whatever. He's secretly thinking it. Whatever. You just don't want to say he's secretly thinking it, because if you got an ethnogenesis and you got ancestry from Africa and all these other places, that means you're a mixed race group of people and you need your own mixed race society.
Well, they say the symbol had an ethnogenesis, so.
Because if you don't have indigenous ancestry and you're like, what claim do you have to indigenous land? Like, what's going on here?
I don't know.
Everybody up here thinking that they did not gonna say nothing. They scary. I said what I said.
All right, so I would have said it. You already. I would have said it if I was thinking. I'm just indifferent about it because I don't really give a shit.
Yo, Venus, could you give a call back on what happened to you in your show with that Chino character and them other people?
I don't remember. Are those? Are you
What's up, Taz?
People?
Yeah, when I was over here showing sources, and then Queen Cass came in and disrupted the bill.
What was this?
This was last night.
Was I in there? I don't know.
No, you weren't. This was Venus and a couple of mestizos and so-called.
Oh yeah, Venus wanted to argue with mestizos. All right.
Bro, I wanted to have a genuine conversation, and they came up there arguing like.
Nah, it was kind of what live did I have last night? I had a couple. We did have somebody from Zimbabwe last night this morning.
Oh, word.
Yeah, he got mad at Venus because Venus he talked about his story like they're following the eagle to where they're at now, and Venus was like, he's like, so did your people come from America since they are following the eagle to where y'all are at now?
Yeah, because I asked because eagles are indigenous to America, so I was just asking if his family followed the eagles from America to Zimbabwe or wherever he's from. I don't know why he took offense to that. It was just a question.
You couldn't fathom being from America. Like, no, I could never be from America.
Well, he wants to come to America.
Oh, did he say? I mean, he told us to come visit Zimbabwe or something. I don't know. I don't know if he is. No, he's actually in Zimbabwe. But yeah, go ahead, Father. Go ahead.
Show something real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
But what
thank y'all. Thank y'all for the follows. Thank y'all for the follows.
What y'all had to say about what we just experienced from the natives and the mestizo that ain't got no identity?
That they on bullshit, like always. What's up? Thank you for the live, Leah. I mean, for the follow. Thank you for the live. God damn it. Well, thank me for the live, y'all.
This is why I said go to the library archives. There's a crazy amount of pictures. I haven't fully finished going through the ones for South America and Central America. Well, South America, I mean, in the islands and stuff. But this is supposed to be one of the kings of California in 1760. Notice how his hair's sticking up, even though he got straight hair. This is why I said go and look. Because for people who say y'all have a problem with us saying we was here first. Another one. This is not, I don't think this one was California. I don't know if they mentioned where this one was from, but this is from the archives I was telling y'all about. I'm trying to see if it says the name of where it was from.
Oh, that's from the book. That's John Oglesby book. Oglesby book, America.
There's more. Like I said, I don't have all of them because a lot of them you can't show on TikTok because the people aren't dressed. But Virginia.
Oh, so yeah, I forgot Monty was on the panel. So Monty.
Monty busy being a wabo, you know.
You say he busy eating bush meat?
What's going on?
Oh, you just woke up,
Still
yo?
of Sweden.
What you got? Itis off the bush meat, yeah?
Oh man.
Deep fried bush meat.
Yeah, him and Venus had a bush meat barbecue.
Bro, what?
Last night.
That says catch off the muscle or something. Wherever that's at.
Yeah, if only is shown to believe in sky women, that's fire. I believe in sky women too.
Hot dog.
Hot dog, hot dog, hot diggity
His
dog.
name is Jesus. He's in the Bible.
I get what you're saying. You're pretty. Are you East African? I think Empress is an American, ain't she?
She talking about some ethnogenesis, so I don't know. Does she believe she comes from Africa? She descends from Africa?
Yeah, because she talked about showing receipts earlier. She an American. That's how I knew.
Then what's the point of talking about ethnogenesis?
She said she explained it. She said a distinct culture stuff. What's up? What's up, Empress Enchanted?
Our culture is distinct because it comes from America. There would be no point of clarifying ethnogenesis. It's a completely different race of people. Maybe she's clarifying between mainland USA and the Caribbeans or Latin America or something. Maybe that's what it is.
That's what people usually say when they say Black Americans ethnogenesis means. Catch up.
That's what I mean when I say Black American. But I don't say anything about ethnogenesis because ethnogenesis means you split off from a different group. I didn't split off from no different group. Like the live, y'all.
Like the live, yeah, like the live. If like the live, unless you want Venus to show you the poo she made last night.
Were you in there when that dude got mad at my voice? He said I guess I was talking to him. Y'all know the monotone voice I do. I guess it was condescending to him. He got angry.
So I just wanted to say real quick because my kids all start. Hey, hold on, y'all. It's a game. Go sit down. I just wanted to say real quick. So I showed those because of the fact that look, I say go play the game, sir. It is not that deep. It's a game. I was trying to say that I showed those pictures as an example because of the fact that people always say there's nothing here, there's no proof, beyond so many books and other things. All of those pictures in those archives, just as examples, most of those pictures were made before the Indian removal.
What's up, Sedona?
Before the Trail of Tears. After the Trail of Tears is when you see it change.
What's up? The chat. Continue liking the live, y'all. What's up? We got Love is Good on the panel. What's up?
What's up?
Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm from Northern California. I'm Mexican. Mexican American.
Okay, so what you got? Okay, what you got for the topic?
I was just trying to see what y'all talking about.
How do you feel about Black Americans claiming to be indigenous?
Shit, to each his own.
You know what? Can't complain about that answer. To each his own, for sure.
Right?
But yeah, you know what tribe you from in Mexico?
I mean, what do you feel about it?
I mean, I'm one of them people. My ancestors got classified from indigenous to American to Black and Negro, colored and mulatto. So I'm a descendant of that. So that's my ancestry.
So you feel good about it?
Do I feel good about it? Yeah, of course I feel good about my ancestors. We all should.
That's what I'm trying to see. Like, if I should feel good or don't feel good about things.
You sound far away.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you. It's low.
Yeah, no, but I'm trying to see like more on how you see the subject, on how you looking at it.
All right, told you I feel good about it. I'm an American Indian.
You said that, but how do you like what? You got to break it down. Like we're trying to see the crowd trying to hear. Like I'm trying to hear how, why do you feel good about it? How do you feel?
Because my ancestors are from America, and they built up America. Ancestors are from America. They built America. They did all this stuff in America. They fought for America. They fought for the land of America. You know, they did all this stuff.
Yeah. You see, that's what I'm trying to figure out. But that shit excites me. Like not shit, like, but that excites me knowing the history. Because some of us need to be educated, and
For
just
sure.
because we're not educated don't mean we can't get educated.
Facts. You know what tribe you from in Mexico?
No.
Nah.
I know my parents from Michoacan.
Okay.
I don't know the history or nothing. I'm just trying to educate my mind.
Okay, for sure. What's up, Rashid? Yeah, what's up? Where you from? What's your ethnicity?
Hi, can you hear me first?
Yeah, where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I live in the UK, but I'm Egyptian.
Egyptian in the UK. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just I wanted to ask, sorry, this sounds uneducated, but I wanted to ask, so does that mean like you guys believe that slavery didn't happen?
It happened, man. It happened.
It happened.
So
That don't mean
who are the descendants of the slaves?
the different people. The people you see today. I was about to say American Indians were enslaved. There were a few Africans that were, and there were Europeans that were enslaved. Well, you know.
No, but I'm speaking about like
And people from India were enslaved over here too.
No, like I'm speaking about specifically the transatlantic slave trade.
Most of them went to the Caribbean and South America. So
But the Caribbean and South America had their own versions of slavery.
yeah. And most of the people dropped off from the transatlantic went there.
So none of them stayed behind in the Americas?
Some of them came here, and we got a record of that. Some people descend from them. Mm-hmm.
So how do you distinguish between the two?
The Africans got amalgamated into the American bloodline, so
American now.
yeah, exactly.
Whatever African they had has been diluted so much, mixing in with our people that they're now American.
Yep, exactly.
To learn. She said she did not want to learn.
Oh.
I said I didn't want to learn from you in the comments because you sounded uneducated. No disrespect.
Girl, no, you slow as fuck. I told you to get the Black Law Dictionary. How is uneducated? Like, what the fuck?
No, I asked you a simple question and you didn't want to answer. You kept telling me
because I'm not going to answer it.
Why the fuck would I buy an entire book just for a TikTok conversation?
Goddamn book, girl. Just shut the fuck up and just buy a goddamn book.
Why are you mad? You're mad because you didn't have
Wait.
Hold on, one second. Like, come on. I'm trying. Yeah, hold on. Let me have a dialogue with it. Like, okay. So, when did your family get to the UK?
I'm 24, so probably about 24 years ago, maybe. Not too sure.
Are you on Coptic Egyptian?
Coptic's a language.
I know.
So,
you speak Coptic?
like, no, it's a dead language. No one speaks Coptic.
I'm a live language, man.
Oh, sorry. It's a language that's no longer used unless you're like a archaeologist and you go out your way to study it, but it's not like frequently spoken, you know.
You got some Nubian ancestors.
Yeah. I'm a brown skin Egyptian.
You're a brown skin. Oh, you're not one of the Arabs.
I'm Arabized for sure, but I'm brown skin at the same time. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. By the way,
Which
I know
do you
I never
think was
came.
brought to America?
I'm not too sure, honestly. In the UK, from what we learn, but obviously, like, I'm not big on YT's like education, so I don't know. And at the end of the day, like they say, the people who won history like make history. But from what we know, anyone who is like of Black descent came through slavery. So, and then like first there were the natives, and then there was the YT people that came from Europe, and they like colonized the place. And then there was the transatlantic slave trade, and they went to West Africa, and they grabbed a whole bunch of people from like 5 different like West African countries, and then they brought them over there. I don't know what the original number was, but I assumed anyone who was like African American or Black American would have been from the lineage of that.
Okay.
Estimate of how many Africans possibly came to North America?
No, they never taught us that, but I can imagine it wasn't that many at first. But I know that slavery happened for like 400 years, so obviously people have kids, you know, numbers grow. So I don't know, I'm not too sure.
Okay, for sure. Okay, so that's what they taught you over there in the UK?
Yeah, but it's not like somebody said she learned that from YouTube. Why would I learn that from YouTube, guys? Like Black History Studies is a thing.
She's saying YT people. She's saying YT.
Not YouTube.
Oh,
Yeah,
she thought I meant YouTube.
No, we say YT.
No, like I'm saying like in the history, when we do history in the UK, when we do like American studies, we only learn about things like
white people. She's saying white people, but we try not to say that word on TikTok.
Oh, okay, but I admitted that that was the people who taught it, because Britain's a white country, you know.
You're right. Okay. For sure. What's up, Ghost Smoke?
What's up with it, bro? I just want to know why all these people worry about us, though, bro. Just like all these people from all these other countries worried about us, bro. Why?
Because we the biggest, the largest. What did he say?
I mean, can you ask us that question that you asked in the comments, like, why natives don't claim, why would we claim natives, we don't claim us? Can you ask us that question?
I did ask that question. I don't know why you're coming up on
ma'am,
negative
just
bad
answer
vibes.
the question, hush.
I don't have to. You're not the host.
Oh, we. Okay,
can you ask that question?
Okay, since the host asked me, I'll answer. But I don't know who you are with your negative vibes. You can shut the fuck up.
Girl, bye.
Anyway, you came up in here because I'm up here.
I'm a mod. I can't go nowhere. Yeah. I can't go nowhere.
What the hell's going on? Yeah.
You shut up.
She said,
are you mad because I don't think you're
Yeah.
Beg.
Sure.
And she said, who are you? But nah, go ahead. Ask us the question.
She literally came. Okay, so I said, someone said, oh, we don't care if they don't claim us, and I said, why do you not care if the natives don't claim you if you are one of them?
We don't look for we're
native. Hold on 1 second. They come from these folks ain't from the areas we're from. These people are Lakota, Navajo, Apache, Most of our ancestors are from a different region. Also, yeah, we don't call ourselves Native Americans. We call ourselves American Indian.
And why are you asking us? Why are you asking us why we don't beg for validation? Because we're not pathetic? I don't. What type of question is that?
Like we don't.
No, because
we don't need.
For example, if like half of Egypt said, "Oh, you're not really Egyptian," I would find that very strange. Like
pause.
Okay, well, half of Africa.
Hold on, one mic at a time, please.
I'm gonna be quick. You say it's weird, but what's weird is you are an Egyptian living in the UK, worried about what Black Americans are doing on the continent.
You can't even have a normal conversation. I'm not worried.
I have a normal conversation. I'm just making an observation. I'm stating an observation. You're saying we're weird for not looking for validation from people who ain't even who they say they are. We need government validation. The government that did all this crazy stuff to our people, we want them to validate us. That's what you're saying. We need to have them recognize us.
But if you were listening to what I said, I didn't.
I heard what you said.
Legend?
You said if half of Egypt didn't claim you as Egyptian or blah blah blah. You know, half of Africa thinks you're Arab. So what's your point?
Well, half of Africa can think what they want.
Now all of a sudden they can think what they want.
They can think. Yeah, they can think what they want. Like me.
Someone keeps on muting me, so how can I answer?
I'm muting you.
Yeah, then how can I answer? Why are you asking questions to someone you're meeting?
You just answered already, and I heard your shitty answer. Like, what did you talk about?
They make me mock your disgusting ghetto ass.
My accent is the standard for you.
It's disgusting.
Oh, my accent ghetto. My accent is the standard.
That's how you feel.
It's disgusting.
Hey, and it's ugly.
Oh my god, you talk like the British people instead of your Egyptian self, but
right.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, like Betty, no.
Language.
Y'all one at a time.
Oh my gosh, we don't
This
got
what
no
we did. This is what we about to do. That's what we about to do. It's y'all loud as hell in my ear. Well, you said what happened? What's happening? The beans and toast. The beans and toast got a little overcooked, so the beans and toast started spreading on the cornbread. You know.
You want some beans and toast?
The beans and toast started spreading on the cornbread. That's how it got out of hand.
I think you want some. But my accent, my accent is the standard for English.
We gotta bring my cougar back up.
My accent is used to teach foreigners the English language. So what are you talking about, ghetto? Like,
thank you for the hard puff.
Yeah, she said that with a full chest, with a full English.
Ghetto is a good thing. Ghetto is something y'all cosplay. I'm ghetto fabulous.
With gravy, the beans and toast. It started spilling over. The beans and toast started spilling over on the cornbread. It got out of hand.
Turn back up.
Darby will clear
where
panel for
all
show.
the hops go, bro? I stepped away for a few minutes.
You want all the smoke, huh, Tyron? Huh?
Yes, all
it's
day,
no days.
every day.
It's no days off for Tyron. Jeez.
Hey.
The beans spilled on the mac and cheese. Throw the mac and cheese away.
I do love my mac touching yams though.
Can she just answer that question? Why do they care about us so bad? I want her to answer it. Like, why do y'all care about
what? You can't open a TikTok. Let me answer. I'll tell you why I care. You can't open.
Wait, let her finish.
Yeah, just let her finish.
If you open a TikTok page asking a question and people come in genuinely wanting to know stuff, you can't be like, why do you care? Bitch, you opened the whole fucking space for it.
I ain't calling you no words. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. I ain't calling you no
sorry, my bad.
Watch your mouth.
So I'm just saying, if I opened an entire page about being Egyptian and people came in asking questions, I wouldn't be confused.
Ill from the word American in the question that the question was geared towards Americans.
Why are Black Americans getting hate for claiming American Indian?
Nowhere in that.
Nowhere in that. There's a difference.
Time out. Hold on, I'm trying to say something. Johnson Fruson, you cannot say the whole word. HATE. You cannot say the whole word. Thank you.
My bad. But nowhere in that question, if you have basic like comprehension skills, you would know that nowhere in that question does it say it's geared towards just Americans.
Okay. Basic comprehension skills. American is in the question twice. The word American is in the question twice.
But it does not say this question is geared towards just Americans.
So because you're on TikTok, you assumed you saw a question about Americans, assumed it was for the whole world to ask about. Even though they don't live in America, wait a minute, hold on, wait. Even though they don't live in America, they don't know American history, they don't got no relatives here in our part of America, they are not claiming American Indian. They don't even have nothing to do with American Indian. Like,
babe, At first you asked me a simple question. Listen, you asked me a simple question. You said, in that question, does it say that this question is geared towards American? You don't know what the word comprehension means.
So I don't know what she get Native American.
You don't know what the word comprehension means.
One time out, y'all. One mic at a time, please. Y'all getting loud as hell in my ear.
Because they're asking me a question and jumping down my throat. It's giving very, very aggressive.
Hold on, one second. Say quite literally, real quick.
Literally.
Now she's not gonna thank you, Tyron. She's not gonna say it now. Oh my gosh. What?
Oh, ma'am, or are you in it to give your opinion on it?
Now I don't want to know anything because you're all negative and weird.
Who's all negative and weird?
Yeah, I was actually nice to you until
Oh
you called
my God!
us ghetto.
I would say it's predominantly.
Seconds, feet. I can't hear nobody if everybody's yelling, dude. I can't hear nobody if everybody's yelling, dude.
Bad. I wasn't trying to yell. I was just telling her I wasn't mean to her. I was just thrown off because she talking about some, our accents are ghetto. Like, you don't even got your people's accent. Until she said that, I didn't have a problem with talking to her.
There's a road dog.
She'd be respectful. I still don't have a problem with talking to her.
Where did the British go?
She tried to say weird, but she said wed.
Wed. Leviosa.
Anyway, you keep on saying you don't speak your own people's language. No, I do. Lugha Arabi, I speak it very well. I do speak my language, but why would I speak my language?
I didn't say that.
That doesn't make you did. You keep saying
at a time.
I didn't. I said accent. I said you don't have an Egyptian
I got
accent.
Hold on, time out. I'm gonna be the only one talking now. Like, god damn, bro, I'm accent simple shit for a reason. I'm gonna be ain't nobody coming up here now. Like I had to do sweep 3 times. Like, come on, dude, it's ridiculous. Let people finish their point. Like, god damn. Like, let people finish their point, please. My goodness, man. Impulse control. Like, sheesh, you drop people like a bad habit. Yeah, like it's like it's not just for me. Like, it's not just because people are loud as hell in my ear. It's just because it's a disservice to the audience. Like, let people like land their point. It's better to let them speak. Yeah, just let people speak. Yeah, folks, like just a better level of decorum. Like, just let folks speak. Oh man. I'll bring I don't want to keep it like just 2 people at a time now. Like or 1 person at a time. I guess too stressed to trying to listen to all the exactly. Like some folks just want to chill and talk. And be an example, I got you. Be an example and mute, I got you. No, it's all right, it's fine. It's just like, it's like some people just want to kick back and just listen. But if everybody coming off the damn mic, then for sure. Like I don't even take notes and respond. Exactly. Just take notes and respond. What was it talking about? You talking about here, Venus. Yeah, Venus and Monty's gone. Venus and Monty had she started it. I mean, she did start it, but what they used to say? Like what they used to say? It's that like if you get caught, you in trouble too. You don't want to. Like somebody started it, and now you got caught red-handed because you said something back. Now y'all both in trouble.
That's why you say it in secret.
That's why. Now y'all both in trouble. You feel me?
Y'all in timeout. Damn.
Yeah, folks. Hey, how you doing, Divine?
That starts.
Hey, how you doing, Divine? ROI. Don't bring nobody else up right now. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, that's the limit. Hey, where you from? What's your ethnicity?
I'm okay. I'm gonna be very careful in what I say because I've been getting on some lives and those been going clean off on me. So I mean,
Huh?
I'm African American.
Okay. From where? Huh?
Raised in Memphis,
Raised in Memphis. Okay.
Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee. Okay.
Yeah. But from the question, why are Black Americans
Hey, don't say the full word. Don't say the H word. Just say
getting the H word for claiming American Indian?
yes.
I think it's because of jealousy. Like I really think that there are a lot of people that worry about the wrong thing. Like they should just worry about what's going on in their land, and we got to worry about what's going on in our land. But you also have to understand that the Paul man, did a lot to their country, and right now we have more soldiers out there that's messing up their country too, and they want somebody to take it out on. And what better way to take it out on the people, who's helped you out? You bite the hand of the, hand that feeds you. So it kind of seems like they can't take it out on the palm man. So the next best thing is, the lower tier, to their eyes, the lower tier Americans, American Indians, or Black Americans, Afro Indigenous, whatever you want to call, whatever anybody choose to call themselves. I don't see the point of why people can't just call themselves whatever they want to call themselves. I feel like if you've been in this country for 600 years, why is somebody else worried about what we choose to call ourselves?
For sure. I like that. Thank you. I like that. What's up, Susie?
Peace. I would like to answer the question on the panel.
Just make sure you don't say that H word.
I feel like they're receiving that flack because that would pretty much mean that the custodians of the land are taking their throne again and being considered dead in the law, or Black and ghetto, and so on and so forth. If that's technically the people of the land, they don't have to sweat us and be fans of us in private no more. And that's that kind of throws them off. When we don't know, when we don't know who we are and we're just doing what we do, not knowing the cultural and the the divine resonance behind it, they're okay. But as soon as we start to recognize who we are and get back on that throne, it's a big deal. So yeah.
For sure. What's Mark? We got Marcy in here. What's up, Marcy? Got Marcy in the building. Venus, trying to bring your people on up there. They lost already. Hey, yeah. Welcome back. That was just joint.
So Divine Roy, what did your genealogy come back as? Are you still looking for it, or are you content with African American, or where I'm getting at is what do you identify as indigenous or African, or what?
You said American American?
So I'm still searching. Like there's sorry guys, there's a lot going on in my background. There's a lot I've been researching about my family, specifically on my mother's side. They all rooted from Mississippi, Clarksdale, Mississippi to be exact. And what prompted me to actually start researching is I have everybody seen that movie Sinners?
Nope.
I have.
Yeah, it's a good movie. It talks about like the Black culture, especially in the South. It's actually based in Clarksdale, Mississippi, where most of my family are from. And it was just an eye opener on like the Black culture, and when it comes to music, the spirituality of things, how we are, you know, it's a lot of deep rooted things that it talks about. And then it just brought me back to childhood, you know, being a kid and hearing like terminologies like Hank, like you better be in the house before Hank come get you, stuff like that, you know, just being just grown up from that. But long story short, my great grandmother is Ojibwe, and she's from the Ojibwe tribe in she rooted from up there in like Illinois, Minnesota, in that area. But my third great grandfather, from the stories that I've heard and what I've researched, he was a white passing Native American on that reservation, and he actually will force the girls on that reservation to assimilate. So back in the 1830s through the 1910s, there was this act called the Indian Removal Act. And that act was pretty much like it was a big ethnic cleansing, because the brown skin original indigenous people weren't in that land because they were already pushed out. But the mixed race people on that land who were either half white or half native, there became this big ethnic cleansing at that time where they were trying to assimilate into white culture or forced to assimilate. And my grandmother was one of the children that escaped before they could take her. So a lot of those the Native Indians, she was more biracial Native American. She was part of that. I really call them the pretendians, because, you know, they really are the Native Americans who are like not from here, but they still have like 50% of that bloodline. It's kind of like with Israel, like, you know, you got the Israels that got, you know, a little bit of whatever that indigenous is, but then you got the Palestinians who've been kicked out of their own, you know, land, and then now they're fighting over there in Gaza. So it was the same way with the Ojibwe tribe. So, and I'm pretty sure many other Native American tribes. So when she left, she moved down to Mississippi and met another dark or African American or Black. But you know, I was kind of like the big head child that, you know, I always wanted proof and stuff. So I kind of like started doing my own research. But yeah, it's a lot of background, and that's just my mother's side. So there's a lot of history that African Americans have, and it's so many individual histories that we like all have to go and do our due diligence and our research and like really figure it out, because a lot of, you know, you have some Native Americans, African Americans who come from those Native tribes and they were pushed away. You got some, you know, African Americans who are from the Gullah Geechee. You got some, you know, African Americans who are Seminole. You got some, you know, African Americans that are labeled as
hold
the
on,
Buffalo.
I'm gonna be back, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I gotta say something. I'll be back. Don't turn my live into a shit show, please.
Take your time, Davina. I got this.
And who the hell is that? Yeah.
Divine Roy.
No, she's not calling her Davina. Like, she's not the one calling her
You and
Davina.
Tyron is unique. No.
Hey, all right, so yeah, if I come back and I hear a sniff of yelling, the panel is getting dropped. So yeah.
But yeah, I don't want to take up all the time. I want some other people to talk. But like, just to answer your question, Tyrone, like, you know, but my family, they always called themselves Black American, but I never liked that term Black. I always, you know, thought African American, even if you're indigenous Black, I just believe that, you know, you still have African roots. It's just that you were just over here maybe before Christopher Columbus. But I'm starting to now understand that there are different types of dark-skinned natives who are here. You had some that were the African mixture with the natives, and you had the ones who were dark-skinned, but they have no DNA of West African in them at all. So it's multi-layered, it's multi-dimensional. There's a lot of moving pieces. And I just feel like we all have to like really do our due diligence and research ourselves and try not to impose like our background and our story on everyone else. I know that there was a girl in here, I don't know if she was African or not, but you guys said that she was from another country, and like, why are they imposing? And I feel the same way. Like, I don't get it. Why impose into a land that doesn't involve you? But some people got their own opinions. I've heard some prejudiced things from Africans. Even Native American tribes. I actually had one girl from a Ojibwe tribe tried to tell me that my story didn't matter. And so because her, father was half white and they actually was on the reservation, they actually have their papers. And so we ended up getting a big, back and forth. And I told her to turn her camera on because, again, all the people that are on those tribes are damn near white. And so I think it's disrespectful for them to like not acknowledge us when we exist. And I never took it away. I never take away that they are indigenous too, but it's just
all
kind of unfair.
right. Let's move on to somebody else.
All right, let her finish.
Can we get to? I mean, I want to hear from other people too, though.
All right.
I just got up here. Okay, I wanted to hear more about the prompts.
All right. Well, her topic was about the prompt.
Landed too, though. You know what I'm saying? But never mind. Y'all go ahead.
Go ahead, DJ.
Nothing to say. I just wanted to hear from somebody else. But okay, so I'll address the prompt. Why are Black Americans getting hate for claiming American Indian? I don't know. I don't claim American Indian, but I noticed that the American Indians, they do get a lot of hate on this app from Black Americans, from Africans, from Native Americans, from mainly those three groups. And I'm still trying to figure out why, because they're not bothering nobody. I don't feel like they're erasing anybody's culture. I think them claiming their culture is a threat to other people, mainly because they want the slave narrative.
Divine, were you done? Did you want
slave narratives to apply to all Black Americans, and I just don't think that that's fair, especially if they've done their genealogy. You can't tell them where they come from or who they are. That's it.
Divine, were you done? Did you need to read your plane a little bit more?
I literally lost my train of thought, but like,
That's okay. Sorry about that. That was rude.
No, it's good.
I understand it did go on for a while, so
yeah. So that's all I got to say about as far as what addressing the prompts. So,
Royal, do you have anything to say? The Royal God.
She just took the words out of my mouth. It's like nobody is connected to another person's grandparents, grandfathers. So you don't know where the link starts. You don't know where it finishes. So for someone who does not know every tribal group of people on this planet, after all we've been through, that we have been through this colonization, for a person to try to tell another person who they are, that's absolutely ignorant. That's stupid. And just like Sister said, some insecurities is going on somewhere. Somebody is very threatened for people to come out like this. Like, why are you threatened? Why does it matter to you? That's just like me over here eating my pizza with pineapples on it. Why are you got pineapple? I don't eat my. Well, you're not going to eat any of this. This is not yours. Why are you worried about it? But this is what we're having here on TikTok, and it's crazy. It's like they coming after us because our grandparents told us something different. Our grandparents showed us something. We can go to the attic and show you our pictures. You know what I'm saying? But it's still like, nah, that's AI, and all this crap. So it's like, what does it matter? If I am or if I'm not, I'm a good person. So what else matters besides that? And I rest the mic.
Because what it's rooted in the fact that there's a belief that indigenous and natives all have one look. So a lot of this is just a byproduct of YT colonization. And unfortunately, a lot of Siberian native people, they play into that and they uphold it. and they'll have as many white people in their tribe as they could possibly get, and they'll be okay with that. But the minute someone who is more melanated comes in, that's when they come in a question where, oh no, you're not part of us, you're a slave.
Rihanna said don't say H8. So
Oh, my bad.
H-A-T-E. I don't know if that was you, whoever. I just read the comments. I don't know who it was, but Yakub.
I don't think it's hello, Venus. I don't think it's that. It's because there are Black people claiming indigenous. Not only are they claiming indigenous ancestry with no proof of it, they're claiming that Black people are the real Native Americans. They're claiming that the Native Americans are liars. They stole their culture. That's why people are angry at it, because it's a lie. And whenever someone asks them to prove it, they can't. They get racist. They start spewing conspiracy theories. Oh, the white man stole my culture. The Native Americans aren't really Native American. We're really Native American. It doesn't make sense.
How come? Because I've been through your page. I've never seen you tell a Native American to prove that they're indigenous.
That's the problem, right there.
Wait.
You prove you guys are. See, that's the whole
yeah.
back and forth talking about somebody proving something like.
Ma'am, I have
all this colonization. Okay, go ahead.
If you go back farther enough, you can see me actually talking to real natives, asking them about their culture, asking them about their culture, asking about their language, asking about their heritage. Do you know what none of them?
Anyone.
No, wait, ma'am. Venus, please. I'm speaking. None of them.
I'm not. That's not
Venus,
proof.
Please, Venus.
That's
Venus,
not proof.
Venus, please. Can I speak? Can I finish speaking, Venus?
I'm talking about paperwork.
Please don't interrupt me, Venus. They know Venus. The more you
stop talking about culture, we're talking about proof.
No, ma'am, that is the culture. The fact that the Native Americans still speak their indigenous languages, they still do cultural dances, all of these things I've spoken. Wait, hold up, ma'am, please let me finish. All of these things prove that Black people are not indigenous to America, because Black people have none of these. Not an indigenous language, not an indigenous culture, not an indigenous ceremony, no indigenous whatsoever.
Wait, so if I look up indigenous practices and then I spout them off to you that I'm indigenous, I'm sorry, that makes no sense. You need to pull up paperwork.
And they do the same thing over in Africa. Wait, but the same things that they do over here in their tribes, they do it in Africa. So now how do you explain that? Okay, and when it comes to the Siberians, hold on, the Siberians are doing the same thing over there in Siberia. They have the same languages that are somewhat like yours, and the dancing, and they have the teepees and all that right over in Siberia right now. And then you still look like them. So come on now, don't start.
I'm Black. I'm not.
American. He's from Haiti, but. Yeah, I was just gonna say, asking someone what their customs and their languages does not prove that they're indigenous. I can go look up these languages on Google. I can go look up these customs on Google. I mean, it's public information. That doesn't prove that you're indigenous. You need to pull up actual paperwork to prove that you're indigenous. And I don't even think Yakub can pull up paperwork to prove that he's of African descent. So we're talking to someone who can't even prove his lineage. And that's why he believes cultural things prove that you're indigenous instead of actual paperwork proving that you come from a tribe. So that's why he goes off that standard. He doesn't go off the paperwork because he can't provide paperwork to prove that he comes from Africa. So that makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, like he's sitting up there capping as if he was one of them or something. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm saying. People will come in, these foreigners, okay? They don't know anything about who you're linked to, who your grandmother, your grandfather, were linked to, your lineage, everything that went on in America. They have no idea, but they have the nerve to get up here and speak as if they do. You can go to Siberia and you can see right now, these people still look like the Siberian people. Their blood types are matching the people that's over there in Siberia. They're doing the dances, the teepees. They brought that language with them when they came, okay? So that's why they speak that. But where's our accents? Where's our African accents at? Because people over there that's been colonized in Africa, Jamaica, in other places like the Caribbean and stuff like that, they still have an accent, but we do not. Okay, so explain that. I rest the mic.
Okay. So basically, we're calling no, I'm not calling your grandmas liars. Actually, I am. Because if they can't prove it, they're liars. If I tell my great grandchild, or I tell my grandchild that we're Italian or we're 50% Italian, they take a DNA test and we have no Italian DNA whatsoever, why would my child be expected to believe my lies over facts? Like what? Why?
What the
No,
hell
again,
What the hell
again,
happened to
black
my
people.
live, yo?
Again, oh my bad again. Black people have no indigenous culture, no indigenous language, no indigenous ceremonies, nothing that would even make them indigenous. So I don't get why we're confused.
I
Why?
had to put it on Showtime because they was kind of talking over each other. But he was trying to come up here. He was trying to come up here and say that knowing customs and languages is proof that you're indigenous when you can look that up online.
No, it's the fact that black people don't have any of that.
How you know? Are you from where we from?
He's from Haiti, so he's not even
Question. How many? Wait, no black people have. Wait, what am I trying to say? Hold up. Let's think about this. Yeah, black people as a whole don't have that much Native American DNA.
We're not Native American. We're American Indian.
Same thing, lady. Look up the dictionary definition. Wait, look up the dictionary definition of the words you're using right now, and if you don't see if you don't see the synonyms of American Indian next to it, and
they're not the same. They're not the same thing.
My court records have my ancestors listed as American Indian, not Native American. So no, it's not the same thing.
It was open up a dictionary. Why do you?
It's not the same. Why? Where's Native American on any treaty?
So just going back to what I said, I mean, like everyone has to do their own research their own way. So like again, like what I did is I went to familysearch.com and I started there. That doesn't mean like it ends there. Some people do ancestry.com, but that doesn't mean it just ends there. It just starts there. Like you have to go deeper, like actually go to those, tribes if you can, and figure out the names, try to find just anything that you can, information from family members that can connect names to certain areas, and then go to those areas and look at the archives, and then ancestry.com, like just there's a lot of research. But Black Americans, African Americans, Indigenous Americans have to do their research. And unfortunately, there are people out here that don't get that privilege because, they're probably an orphan, or, they don't know both sides of their family. So that's why I always take into consideration that whatever someone says they feel that they are, there's a divine feeling or intuition that says more about the truth than, physically what's seen in front of your face. My dad always say, believe none what you hear and half of what you see. Because, like anything can be true, but anything can be fake. So you just have to just do your own research and go by your feelings, and then fuck everybody else.
If you don't have a treaty, I was about to say, you don't have a treaty. All right, my folks go back to the Treaty of Middle Plantation. That's before the establishing the United States.
Get me. I don't have anything to say.
All right.
No, so I'll be quick. And this is another example I talked about when I go on lives and I talk to people who are more Pan-African. It's because they go ahead and push this narrative that there's only one look and there's only one type of indigenous person in the entires of the Americas. And I just put my background because the only thing we have proof is that the plain natives are from Siberia. They have Asiatic DNA. And then on my background is a native Siberian. And the plain natives that you are talking about, Yakub, that you identify as only indigenous to America, are quite literally just a migration of people from over the barren, whatever it's called, barren strip or whatever. I think as someone who is Haitian, I think it's better to come into conversations with Black melanated Americans and ask questions and ask why, or try to find out why they're speaking about their lineage versus you pushing some Afro-Africanism on them. That there's nothing wrong with that, but if that's not culturally who we are, why are you pushing it? People's pride in being melanated isn't by their proximity to Africa. I don't need to claim Africa to be proud of who I am. That's it.
For sure. I know how to work Showtime now. Wrap it up. What's up, Jay?
Hello. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
I don't got really much to say, but the reason why most people when people try to ask for proof, is that the system is built against people like me, people of my descent. It's built against me. They have erased my culture and erased a lot of things to try to make it hard for us to trace back and claim our identity. So, but my people are now doing their research and doing their thing to prosper. But I'm from Mississippi and from Biloxi area, and a lot of tribes are from that area. But you mean to tell me, like, for 500 years that the people down my bloodline didn't? I don't know, but it's just crazy. I'm indigenous, and it's crazy to find that out. Even if I was hypothetically brought here from Africa, you mean to tell me for 500 years they didn't blend and mix with? Because I don't know, but I'm doing my research. I'm beginning in my journey of this, and it's cool and it's awesome and everything. And I'm gonna learn more as I go. But all the facts are pointing to that I am indigenous. I haven't received anything that's telling me that I'm not, but I can't wait to access those records and documents and stuff like that. But yeah.
Is he talking about a treaty number? Can you name 10 treaties in America? But that's somebody, but I'll wrap you up. All right, Fadi is on you, and I'll end Showtime. Just don't act.
Yeah, I ain't got time for your Cubans, mess. He do this every time. He literally put just research. Research is free. But I just I'm just so like confused by what he said, and I laughed because when he was talking, I feel like you realize you tripped yourself up. You said we're not indigenous to America because we don't have a language or whatever the crap you was talking about, right? Y'all on the islands was brought there first from Africa. Do y'all speak an African language on the island of Haiti? Or any of the islands? Do y'all speak African languages on those islands? Do y'all have African cultures on those islands? Do y'all still do everything that's considered African on those islands? Like, I just want to know, when y'all always take up, and I feel like y'all only doing this because y'all pissed off that our people decided to not fight for y'all when it comes to the whole deportation thing within America. So y'all want to, band up with the natives. We really don't care because we have our receipts. The receipts are there and free for people to find. But I just want to know, what African languages do y'all speak on all of the islands in all of, South America and Central America? Because y'all on the islands and in South America had more Africans brought than anybody in the transatlantic slave trade. We only had a couple thousands. Y'all had millions. And yet y'all didn't pass down not a one African language, not a one African tradition, not a one African custom. And by the way, those tests, when you say, oh, we got that DNA, whatever crap y'all talking about, they take what your DNA markers are and they give you a match closest to what they think you likely are, not for sure what you are, or else they will show you your ancestors who are African. You found your African cousins?
We just put our ancestors on the screen and go ancestor for ancestor. So you pull up your African ancestors. You pull up your African ancestors. I'll pull up my indigenous ones. Let's go.
Good idea. Let's do it. You got your genealogy ready to go?
Cool. Please pull up your African ancestors.
You know, the African descendants can only go so far. So
My
we're not
grandma.
gonna win.
Ain't no damn no, I'm not hearing that excuse. Go ahead and pull up your African ancestors on your tree. Trying to give them excuses.
All right. Yeah, don't bow like Choctaw did. Don't bow like Choctaw did.
I already got my laptop open. It's got enough charge if y'all don't take too long to pull it up.
I was gonna say already.
No, I wasn't paying attention. My bad. But there's literal continuity that Black people are African.
Hey, can you pull up your
If you guys want
ancestors?
to ignore DNA, if you guys want to
No,
ignore the
we
fact
don't give
that
F no
multiple
DNA. She said pull up your
African
genealogy.
Creoles are
She said pull
spoken
up your
all over the
genealogy.
Caribbean to this day,
Okay, so
you just want to sound
show
ignorant.
us your African ancestor.
I don't understand why
It's
like Black
Creole
people
an
are
African
pretending to be
language?
people who
Thank you, man.
So you're not going to speak if you don't pull up your ancestors, both of you. Pull up your ancestors. And then DNA testing isn't even real. Even if it was, my DNA test says indigenous. So I guess you would still have to be wrong, right? Like, what are you talking about?
It really, I guess you're not paying attention when they're educating you. That's unnecessary. Exactly.
Here's my ancestor from the Creek Dolls Rolls. He's indigenous to Alabama. His wife is indigenous to Tennessee. And his wife is Cherokee. Okay, their kids are listed as Cherokee, half Creek, and she on the census she's listed as mulatto. Okay. Here's my ancestor. He's part European. He moved to France when he married his French wife. His father is from Spain. His mom is from Argentina, from the Tonocote tribe.
Ooh, talk to him.
And then, like, I want to show the DNA test because it's not like, which DNA test should I claim? This one says I'm 79% African, 8% indigenous, and 12% European. I have a bunch of French on my tree, but this says 0% French. So I'm not sure how accurate this test could be if France is not on here. It also doesn't say Germany on there. It also doesn't say Norway or Denmark on there when I have Norwegians and Norwegian Vikings on my tree. That's not on the test at all. And I have Chinese on my tree, and it didn't say it. I called and asked why my test was lying, and they want to update it and say I'm Khoisan. If I come from the West African slave trade, I couldn't possibly be Khoisan. And then it also now instead of 8% indigenous, it says 21% indigenous. It says I'm indigenous to Mexico. I'm not Mexican, and now it's saying I'm Asian. So
her DNA
now, can you
test
pull up
says
your
that she's
can you
African
pull up your
and she wants
ancestry
to
now?
lie and deny it.
Can
That's
you pull up your
Cooney.
ancestry
That's
now?
Uncle Ruckus Cooney.
And pull your ancestry up. Like, y'all cool? You saw
When
her.
they come to your
You
house with
saw.
a child, you're gonna want a DNA test.
Okay, hold on. I was about to say, you know the difference between a. Do you know?
Inheritance,
But do you know how the difference between a paternity? Do you know the difference between? Dude, I'm trying to speak.
Stay on mute.
I'm trying to stay.
So he can talk. Let the host talk.
Are determined.
Like, yeah, let the host.
DNA
like,
just
goddamn,
doesn't exist to you losers. That's weird.
Yeah, so you know the difference between a paternity test and a DNA test from Ancestry. Those tests only go back 2 generations. A paternity test is not the same as an Ancestry and 23andMe test, sir. All right, you want to go? You can go.
He didn't answer. Which test should I claim? Should I claim the one that said I was 8% indigenous or 12%? I mean, or 21% indigenous?
She said
which one should I claim?
Untrustworthy. She's never been
test should I
to.
claim?
I doubt that she has any higher ed.
Yeah. Which test should I claim? Answer that. Don't come off mute until you can answer that. Sorry, you can unmute him, but which test should I claim?
Yeah, which test is which one's more accurate?
The 78% African or the 54% African? The one that said I was from South Africa, or the one that said I wasn't from South Africa? The one that said I was Mexican, or the one that doesn't say I'm Mexican? Well, which one should I claim? Someone take him off mute, Darvin.
I requested. I sent him a request. Yeah, like paternity test and ancestry test are different.
Actually, matter of fact, let's not. You don't want to put your answers on the screen. How about you quiz him on Indian history, on indigenous history, since you know so much about our people?
All right. Poker says you want to show time.
So again, back to what I was saying. Why do Black people have no genetic connection to Native Americans? Why is it that any science?
If we have no genetic connection to Native Americans, why are there Black people in the tribes, sir?
Slaves.
There were slaves. How many tribes? Can you name a slave from all thousands? Can you name the slaves from the? Can you name the slaves from the? Can you name the slaves from the slaves from the Shinnecock? Can you name the slaves from the Shinnecock?
Oh, they were part of the five civilized tribes. The five.
No, they weren't. The Shinnecock were not a part of the five. So the Shinnecock were not, sir. The Shinnecock. The Shinnecock were not, sir. Are you gonna let me finish, dude? Like, stop saying that word on my goddamn live, yo. Stop saying that. You're about to get dropped. Goodbye. Yeah, stop saying that C word on my goddamn live, Joe. I'm about to end this. Actually, stop saying.
Okay, yeah.
Stop saying the C word on my live. He's got to get paid. How much is Russia paying y'all? Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to speak.
That's crazy.
All right, let me put myself back. It's not allowing me to put myself back on the camera. Amazing. I mean, on the full screen. Can I?
Manage guess.
Matter of fact, I got a better idea. Oh, never mind. Yeah, just a waste of energy. Like, the Shinnecock are not part of the five civilized tribes. So what the fuck? Why do y'all know so little about American history? Y'all know, y'all say we're not indigenous, but y'all don't know shit about the indigenous tribes that we're talking about. Y'all can't name nobody outside of the five civilized tribes. That's all y'all know is the five civilized tribes. That's all y'all know.
Five civilized tribes would be the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole. And the Shinnecock are not any of those. So I don't know where he got that from. Also, the documentation I showed said my ancestor was Creek by blood. It didn't say freedman or slave on there. So I don't know where you're getting this information from.
All right, go ahead, DJ.
Wanted to say real quick, as somebody who also identifies with like a descendant of American slavery, like he's very embarrassing. Please don't speak for us. Like you don't know anything about Native American history. You don't know anything about Indian history. You couldn't prove anything. She asked to go ancestor for ancestor with you. You couldn't. So at this point, I'm on their side, the indigenous side, because at least they know their history. At least they know what they're talking about. You don't. At this point, your history is nothing more than a folktale because you have no proof. You have no African languages that was passed down to you. You have no culture that was passed down to you. Y'all have nothing. But up here want to Africanize everything about us and yourselves. Do not speak for us. That's it.
The show. Go ahead. You go ahead. Who else is speaking? Royal? Okay, you go, Royal.
She always says what I'm already gonna say. So I'll pass because she said what I was gonna say.
Also, hold on, is Kenya in here? What's up? Can you still in here? Yeah. But yeah, you said you wanted to show something, Body.
I was waiting for one of them to show at least one African ancestor. Because like she said, we can show our ancestors. There's ancestors I'm still researching, but I done found a good bit of Indians. I even found a court case for one of my relatives, one of my great grandparents, who was during the time, right around the time when they started reclassifying our people for the dogs, during the Dawes Rolls, before the Dawes Rolls, like right before it. And he got reclassified as adopted instead of native. So they were basically gonna put him on the freedman rolls, or did put him on the freedman rolls. And he had did a whole court thing, him and some others did a court thing and was trying to appeal and was like, y'all didn't ask us for no proof, no documents, no nothing. Y'all just looked at us and said, hey, this is what we are. That's illegal. You know, y'all need to fix this. I'm a Indian by blood, always have been. allow us the opportunity to correct this. And if you need proof, we'll give y'all proof. For him, he didn't get his change because he passed away, unfortunately, before the appeal finally made it through the court after they got enough people on the appeal case. So it wasn't that he wasn't one, it's just that he unalived before, like by the time they finally got it through the courts and everything, and it got approved and everything was set up, and they kept trying to reach out to him, but he had already been alive. But I do have other ancestors that were not reclassified. They were listed as Indian. They stayed as Indian until a certain time period, and then all of a sudden they were freedmen.
Facts.
As no, they was not slaves.
Did it say there was farmers?
Yes, some were farmers. I do have one who was a slave, who was half Creek, half Cherokee. And I think her husband was in India too, but I'm still researching them. It's not a lot on them as far as where they came from, but she was a slave in the Cherokee Nation. And the reason why I said I'm still researching, because of the fact that there are a lot of YT people in America that have been stealing our ancestors' identities. I don't know if it's because they already knew what was about to happen with what's happening now. With now they're changing people naturalization statuses or whatever the case is going on. But it's a lot of YT people that try to steal their identities, that have for a while, since the 1800s, have been trying to get classified as native to get certain benefits. So they will act like, oh, they're the descendants of them. Oh, they're mulatto, they got mixed in, or this, and that. Not realizing these are all of our relatives, even going all the way as far back as the 1600s. So when we say we're indigenous, we mean we're indigenous because of the fact that part of the reason why some of these white people got this land is because they stole our ancestors' identity on paper, to where it's like, oh, if we come back and say something, oh, well, this is me, this isn't you. It's a lot of cover-ups. It's a lot of stuff, y'all. That's why I tell people research. Especially when you're doing your genealogy research. Don't just look up their names and all that stuff. Look up land patents, look up court cases. They took some of this stuff to court to get their stuff back.
So this show, y'all got a call. All right. And then they're speaking only English from England. Come up here.
And Native American, Millie, we're not Native American. Y'all are the Eskimos that they found up in Canada. Like I said, it's libraries. It's so go on the John Carter Brown Library. It shows so many pictures and paintings, whatever you want to call it, of what the indigenous people looked like. Y'all ain't it. The only time y'all are mentioned or shown in those archives, and there's so many pictures in those archives, is when they show what the Eskimos or the Mongols look like in Canada. Y'all were not shown to be in any other part of the Americas except for Canada.
And the Siberians too.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like literally. And even that whole stupid land bridge theory that, oh, they prove it. No, they not. Scientists be talking out the side of their neck. These white people, I don't understand the infatuation with believing them. The land bridge theory was invented off of I forgot what you call it, whatever that is. Just people got to North America. So they came up with the theory that, hey, we'll know what's arc happened. When the flood happened, we know 8 people came off the boat. So they must have came off the boat and migrated over here. That is where the land bridge theory originally came from.
They actually have a picture of them coming off of a boat. They have a real live picture of them coming off of a boat, looking just like, they look. And they found out that was a theory, like you said, but you can Google up or whatever on any engine you want, and you can see them coming in here, the Mongolians and the Siberians in the 19th and 20th century, along with Japanese.
You want me to prove a source? I have sources. You want me to bring up a source? I can show you sources from the 1600s where they literally said this in the 1600s. Just let me know. Type it in the chat. You want me to pull it up? I can pull it up right now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when the Haitian dude came up and said something about how we're not related to Native Americans, but to my knowledge, and I just learned this yesterday, that Native Americans and indigenous means two different things. Indigenous people are not claiming to be Native Americans.
Different.
So isn't he contradicting himself?
Yeah, that's where they're getting twisted. We're not saying that we are native. We're saying that we are aboriginals. That means originally to the land. We're claiming the land.
They don't understand that there is two different terminologies of like different names for different people. Like I said, my great grandmother, it was Native American, and that's because of her relations to Canada. They came from Canada and all of that. So the indigenous Americans were really the brown skinned Americans who were enslaved in their own land.
Says that in the census, I'm gonna shut up after this. It even says that in the censuses from the 1800s. If you look up the population census of the entire United States, the 1800s. If you look up the population census of the it's this other thing that was like the original, I guess, Bureau of Indian Affairs, but they called it something else. I have it somewhere in here in my receipts, but it's the 19th edition one, and they made it clear that most of these Slavs were Indians. They were taking entire tribes. And then Canada, I credit Miss Nebraska because she actually mentioned this article that just got released yesterday from Canada. I went to go read it for myself. Canada said the same thing. They were taking Indians and making them Slavs in Canada. It was taking the indigenous people. And then they also produced a picture to show the school that was made by those fugitive Slavs. And it was a bunch of us looking people at that school. But the thing I found extra fascinating about that article is the part where it said they took the indigenous people as Slavs because of the fact that African Slavs were rare and expensive. How was African Slavs rare when they were supposedly the main ones that was enslaved in the Americas? How were they so rare? How were they so expensive?
And given that you said that, wasn't this something when like the colonizers came and they said that the indigenous people looked a lot like the people, I don't know if they said they look like Africa, but they said they look like people, and they claimed us as blacks, as Negroes. I forget what it was. I didn't read my books, but
they said they have Negroid features, but they know that they're not from Africa. They also know they say they look a lot like Ethiopians, but they know they're not Ethiopians. I'm not quoting verbatim, but that's basically what they were saying.
Yes.
The Native Americans who got off those reservations, they assimilated with the indigenous Slavs. I guess you guys are saying Slavs too. Because my great grandmother, when she ran away, she put in the census that she was mulatto. And then 10 years later, when she married a dark-skinned, I say a dark-skinned native, but we can call him Negro. She changed, or somebody changed her census to Negro. But there's both records of her stating she's mulatto first. And then actually there's three. Is one that she's stating she's white, and then another one stating she's mulatto, and then the last one was Negro. So I kind of found that very interesting when I was looking for her information of how she could pass for so many different things. And again, those are not the indigenous Indians. Those are the Native Americans who were ethnically cleansed on those Native American tribes. This happened between 1850 to 1910. So all of those indigenous Indians who were removed and replaced, they were mixed up with either raped by European men, and they gave them their papers and told the mixed breeds to stay on those Native American tribes and to keep the information. If you were dark skinned, you were either pushed out, disowned, or unclaimed.
I'm still waiting for that person, Millie, to let me know they want to pull up the receipt. But this is my issue with them always saying that, oh, we're lying and da-da-da-da-da, because I don't care what they say, they do look Asian. They do look Siberian. They do look Filipino. They look not brown skin, indigenous. But like I said, it's the book I was looking for is let me see. It's actually called The Annual Report of the Bureau of American Ethnology to the Secretary of the Smithsonian Institution. It's the 19th edition. This was basically the name originally for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And in the book, and I keep saying this because I keep waiting for a native to come up here and answer this question, on page 232, it says, in regard to the contact between the two races, it's talking about the Indians and the Negroes. It is not commonly known that in all the southern colonies, Indian Slavs were brought and sold and kept in servitude and worked in the fields side by side with Negroes up to the time of the Revolution. Not to go back to the Spanish period when such things were the order of the day. We find the Cherokee as early as 1693 complaining that their people
you're going to start buying stuff early.
Kidnapped by Slav hunters. Hundreds of captured Tuscarora and nearly the whole tribe of the Appalachians were distributed as Slavs among the Carolina colonists. In the early part of the 18th century, while the Natchez and others shared a similar fate in Louisiana. And as late at least as 1776, Cherokee POWs were still sold to the highest bidder for the same purpose. At one time, it was charged against the governor of South Carolina that he was provoking a general Indian WAR by his encouragement of Slav hunts. First dwindled, they and intermarried with the Negroes until they finally lost their identity and were classed with that race, so that a considerable proportion of the blood of the Southern Negroes is unquestionably Indian. Why we don't look Asian, y'all?
Yeah.
And this is from the government. This is from the government.
Yeah.
And they telling us when we do these DNA tests, oh, you don't have it, you're African, da 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 da. But even the government says they was kidnapping them, putting them on the plantations. And the ones they didn't kidnap, intermarried with the Negroes to try to get their numbers back up. They were trying to get their numbers back up. So if all of us, a lot of us have relatives from the South, one of our bloodlines is from the South, why we don't look Asian?
That's why I said that my family was from Mississippi for a long time. I'm from Gulfport. That's like 2 minutes down from the coast. And they said that they intermarried, so it's almost what's it called? Inedible that I'm not indigenous. 2 minutes from the coast.
Can we also take into account that it makes no sense that 1 million Africans got on a boat, came over here, and just start procreating and making more slaves to produce crops? Like, that doesn't make sense because, I mean, like, just think about it. All the women on this call, like, picture yourself being in
in a boat with UTIs and different diseases, and then some of y'all don't even survive because of the cruelty that was happening. And the strongest that did survive were just, you know, the strong men. And then if you had some of the women that did survive, they went through so much that they were so infertile that they couldn't even produce a child. So when they came to this land, they noticed that they didn't have enough. They may have started with millions, but only like 300,000 actually came to North America. So that makes you wonder, there's not a lot of Africans over here. And if they are, that count is very few. So where did they get these additional women from to make these breeds for crop sharing?
And it's not like it's been like 1,000 years or 2,000 years. These are a short time frame. It's only hundreds of years, so only a few generations back. So yeah, you're right, Devon.
Yeah, it's just like, that doesn't make any sense. And so for us to sit here and just really believe the book saying like, yeah, like 10 million, really believe the book saying put them to work. How? If I was on that boat, there's no possible way. I would have been infertile. My autoimmune would have kicked in and I would have died. I would have died right there on the boat. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, unalived. And I don't know if you guys heard about I believe there was I can't remember the tribe, but they have this thing where they committed, you know, they jumped the boats. So you had a combination of people getting sick. You had a combination of people getting unalived on those boats. You had people who were very infertile, so they couldn't even produce if they came here. And you had people that just, you know, they had a ritual where they all chose to jump. I can't remember the name of what that it is. It's an actual like terminology, but scientifically that makes no sense. Financially, that makes no sense. Spiritually, that makes no sense. Mentally, it doesn't make any sense. Emotionally, that doesn't make any sense. So I get a lot of people want to, you know, say you're slaves, and you're from Africa. Well, then the same way you're telling African Americans, quote unquote, to prove they're Indian, then you need to prove how did they come to this.
And show the proof of them trying to create a discrimination against melanated people here in America. Okay, with eugenics, with this guy Walter Plecker. It wasn't just in Virginia. He sent letters all over the US promoting this. And then they finally stopped it in 1967 and overturned it. But guess what? They still continue to discriminate and disenfranchise us. And then people say, well, where'd all the natives go and their lands and, you know, are still here, but where'd they go? We're still here. We've just reclassified as something else, while all these foreigners been coming over here in ships, which we can go see the big, huge ships that they came over here on. But for some reason, we can't find the ships we came over here on. I can show you ships where a bunch of Caucasians are coming over here, a bunch of natives, people that are calling themselves natives, the same people. I can show you them on some ships, but I cannot show you no Africans on those ships. And then the way they had them packed in there like sardines, what was they gonna be doing? Urinating and doing all that other stuff on themselves amongst themselves with no food.
Yo, that's so funny. That's so funny you're saying that, because like they can definitely go find the Titanic, but they can't find the boat. They sure found the Titanic though.
Hey, let me so I follow this one. He gets
you're underwater. Hold on, you went. All right, go ahead. You got it.
A lot of bushmeat talk on here.
You the biggest.
I can't see it.
Yeah, I was about to say, let me put it on the big screen.
No, I was just going to say this is another one of my favorite creators.
You muffled. Stop. Native Brown, stop moving, yo. Yeah, you muffled, too.
Let me fix my audio.
Are you good? You can hear you now?
Well, my video plays, but you could drop me. We're not dropping, but like unscreen me or.
Oh yeah, you was about to show that Choctaw woman.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Lila?
What's up, everyone? Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday.
Answer the prompt.
Yeah, just don't say the H word fully.
Okay, why are Black Americans getting smate for claiming American Indian? Because the African American community sometimes acts in a crabs in a barrel mentality, and so they think that this is you just trying to get away from us, and so they use a lot of the slave narratives to humble people. They use the out of Africa to humble people, knowing that there's no proof of that. So they would rather you be lost and unable to identify your ancestors as we have. So we sitting here. I remember someone in I think elementary and middle school came to speak to us, and they said, "How many people in here can name their grandparents?" And most people did. And they said, "How many people in here can name their great grandparents?" And then they started going back, great grand, like literally virtually no one. So that's just a small sample, but you can ask that in any group. Ask people to name their great grandparents, and then here we come talking about our 5 times, 8 times back great grandparents. So that's just, that puts you a cut above the rest. So in this community, for somehow they're always trying to conflate issues, and they all want us to be this monolith of people. And then I start to remember how vast the United States is. Like the people that live in Ohio don't behave the same way as the people from Philly. They don't act the same way as people from Chicago or Atlanta. Like you go different parts of the United States, even Los Angeles and Arizona, like everybody behaves differently. Houston to Dallas, even in the same state, behave differently. Northern Cal, Southern Cal, different types of culture. So when we start to, identify our tribes, that it kind of puts someone in a different type of box or a circle, and they can't touch that, and they can't identify. And then cognitive dissonance is a thing. So everybody wants to come down. We're gonna be in this same muddy pool together, but there's really no benefit to that. And so I just say, delineate, and that's what we had to do first: delineate from the Africans. And then there was a lot of upheaval about that. And now people are starting to see the difference. And so that's just where we are. It's all about making sure that we are all identifying with the same struggle, and we're not supposed to be able to ever overcome. And then it's like, you can't overcome unless I overcome. And I call bullshit on that. So excuse my language, but BS, that's BS. So somebody should, not listen to other people on the internet. Keep living your life. Do the best you can. Take care of your family. Good luck.
Thank you. What's up? We got the real Keisha. What's your name? What's your ethnicity?
It's me, Darvid. It's a different page. I wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you a question because I remember Copper saying something a while ago about how the way that the natives, the NAs, are living right now, and she brought up something about them coming during a time when they were kind of hungry, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We do have what do they call it? The green harvest festivals, where we would go and pick our crops and put them away because the cold was coming.
Yep.
So we would have food. So they came during that time, and they seen how we were dressed, and they thought we was like that all the time, not knowing about all these big houses and castles and palaces that we were living in. We had a modern life, but we did go off to the farms and pick our food and put things away so we would have it left over for the rest of the time. Now, I'm seeing us reclaiming our family members, but I don't think that we're trying to go back to just living like that. I think that's a more ancient time that we may have lived like that. And now that we're in this modern life, they thinking that we want to do just that. That's a part of us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the regalia, the dressing that way. And most of them don't even really know what the feathers are really even about. But isn't the point is that it's just a part of our culture and not that we're trying to go back to living like that?
Be living out in nature. I like high rises.
Yeah, I was about to say for sure. I was explaining that earlier, like with this one dude. I guess he run Lake Potawatomi, and he was just saying, "Oh, what's your traditions? What you guys do, like being like a dickhead and stuff like that?" And then I was just like, we not about to tell you all our stuff. It's family stuff that we do. We pass down that close practices like everyone else has.
Dude, we build nations upon nations. We build cities. That's what we do. But yeah, I feel you.
Yeah.
This is to dress like 1627. Okay, I don't even dress like the 80s. Okay, it's not gonna happen. All right, we're moving towards the future. We have a right to advance and fashion ourselves how we want to. But the thing is, we've always created in real time.
Right, and still keep our culture. You know,
I'm still saying we should go back and bond with nature. We should still be the people that work with the earth. Because that's a part of our spirituality is working with the earth. That's where we got our spirituality from. But I still think we should do that. I'm not saying we should get away from it, but I'm not saying that we should get away from the other thing. There should be a balance now. Because we got another people that are picking our crops and they're making them into GMOs and they're destroying them. We need to go back to making stuff natural again.
I know, that's why I'm growing some of my stuff. And and what people don't realize too is you can actually grow organic vegetables from vegetables that you have. You can actually grow them from that particular vegetable. I do that a lot, like my cabbage and my onions. So I mean, we can still be grounded in who we are, and still enjoy a futuristic type of life. I mean, nobody wants to live, like they live on those reservations. I mean, I wouldn't.
No, you can go ahead, Leela.
It's just so heinous to know that all these atrocities happen to these groups and then expect them to still be intact when there's been no proper reparations. There's been some form of reparations, but not full compensation. And so, but the thing is, we're dealing with people who don't know U.S. history, so they don't know about the battles and all the different conflicts and all these little. They don't understand that. They don't understand what happened in 1776. They don't even know about the 13 original colonies. But just as a human and compassionate level, having some type of sympathy, like I still can't understand it. Just where's the lack of, there's just a lack of compassion. And so if you understood the atrocity, you can understand why a group of people don't have their culture intact. And I continue to ask them, they have yet to prove any documentation in their so-called language. I ask them all the time, show me a document in your so-called native tongue. Show them anything in their native tongue. And they don't have that.
You didn't explain why they went to Indian training schools while our people was sent to the other freedmen school, whatever you want to call it. Basically, they were sent to Indian training schools to learn how to be an Indian. They was taught new languages. They was taught traditions. They was taught all this stuff. Because I have conversations with Native Americans as well. And when you talk to them about it, and some of them know about the schools, but they thought that the schools were just like a school just to keep an eye on them and, make them learn white tea people history. And it's like, no, they was doing horrible things. First off, they was kidnapping those kids, taking them from their parents, forcing them to learn how to be an Indian, and then putting them on a reservation once they feel like, okay, you've learned enough, you know what you need to know, now go out and do.
Mm-hmm.
They don't never talk about that.
And another thing they don't, talk about is why are you the ones with the treaties, with the government? The government has never gave them full sovereignty because they still control a lot of what they do. They have entity, but if you're subject to anything that they say, just like you were saying, sister, they would literally come to their lands and take their children. How do you have the right to do that if they're fully sovereign?
And I just be wanting to answer some of these questions and they don't. And my thing is, I've posted it on my page. I happen to be commenting on one of Finesse posts. I don't know if y'all know who that is, but I was commenting on one of his posts when we was, making fun of the Kiki girl or whatever, because we kept telling her, like, take us to court, like we was so serious. And I think after enough of us made it clear we want to be a part of the court case, like I told her, send me the court summons. And I think she got scared and she was like, wait a minute. And then she started asking, oh, what are y'all going to present? What proof are y'all going to present into the discovery for the case? And after that, I told her, like, don't even worry about that. Just send us the info and we'll, deal with the courts on that. Like, just send us the info when you take it to court to try to sue us or whatever you're going to do. That's when she changed her mind about suing us. But my point was, I had responded to him because the natives start saying, well, white tea people aren't agreeing with y'all. And I was like, they have been agreeing with us. A lot more and more white tea people have been coming out and admitting that we're the Indians as well. Now, we can't trust them, but some of them have been admitting it. And I posted I reposted a response from a Native American. She's actually a Native American from Virginia. And she had admitted as well that we are the true American Indians. She said that her great-grandmother was told by that great-grandmother's great-grandmother, it was passed down oral history, that they were not the first people on this land, that the Clovis people of this land were the Black people. The only people that was here when the Native Americans got here was the Black people and the Moon-eyed people, which I keep trying to tell.
Interesting as we discuss these things is, what do we want to see important, and what does this mean? Like, all right, let's say we repatriated back to our full status. What is it that we want to see? Or is it just the status quo? Is this just something we're claiming? Because because that'll help you understand a little bit of their fear. Like, these people are extremely fearful. This conversation, they have no talking point. That's why their fear. Then you understand exactly what you should. Also see Homeland Security, sending them out of the country so they can say whatever they want. So anytime I see, having the citizenship revoked, I'm like, oh, those are like the people arguing with us on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
I saw one of them. She was saying, well, we thought that, we were, the people of this land, but come to find out that we really are not. And that, we really, we're getting our citizenship taken away. And they saying that we're from Siberia. This is them saying this. And so now she said some of the land was being taken away from them. So just like you saying, sis, they talked all that stuff and downed us, talking about their full blood this and their full blood that. No, good, well, ain't nobody full blood up in here. Okay. But they want to talk about it so bad, but then a lot of them are being deported. They that's the Spanish people too, because they've been farming the land for a long time, but they're going to be the responsibility of the owners of the land. So that's the only way that they'll let them stay here. I just saw that Trump said that might be it, something that they're gonna let them do. But yeah, it's just so much that everybody is missing when it comes to doing their research. They might grab one thing. No, you got to grab it all. You got to look at it from all four corners, not just from one corner that you want to look at it in. These people are out here doing fireworks. I'm gonna get on mute.
they don't exist to me. They don't exist beyond TikTok conversations. This is the only time they've ever interacted with us. They don't leave South Dakota. A lot of them have not been to other parts of the country, and then most of them, like when they come into my feed, I always ask them, where are they from? And these people are in Canada. The ones that are like, you know, still like living in their place of birth, they're mainly in Canada, and then most of them, their grandparents were from Mexico. So we're not even dealing with U.S. citizens, and so for some reason they just, I guess because the color of the skin, our skin, they feel like they have some authority over us, and they can talk to us any type of way. So that's what's happening. Like, so it's any type of way. So that's what's happening. Like, so it's any type of way. So that's what's happening. Like, so it's any type of way. So that's what's happening. Like, so it's any type of way. So that's what's happening. So it's any type of way. So that's what's happening. Like, their exaltation is based on our oppression and suppression. So the thing is like everything that they have is on our backs. It's on us being oppressed. So now that we're getting up, they realize a lot of their privileges will go away.
Yeah, and all of their attention is to propaganda from the white female. Propaganda.
Hello.
All right,
Yeah, what's up?
I don't want to step on nobody's toes, so I better just keep my mouth shut.
Get some etiquette or manners about yourself.
No, I have education. I actually went to Howard University.
Okay, you can pay
actually went
to
to
buy class.
Colonization University.
Did y'all ever realize those Indian schools, they never show y'all graduation pictures? Like them, you know, it's like they went there for 1 year, but when those Indian boarding schools, they never talk about, hey, we graduated. It's like, did they even go like through a whole, like, was it just a 1 year thing? They took, it's like, did they even go like through a whole, like, was it just a 1 year?
I don't want to step on nobody's toes, and I'm being respectful. You know, with y'all situation or whatever. So I don't know. I'm just listening, man. It doesn't mean I have to agree with you. You know,
And it don't matter if you did. How about that?
Because you don't know our family, you don't know our history, you don't know who we're connected to, you don't know the studies we've done on our ancestry, you don't know anything. All you know is about who you are, and you might not know that.
It's for documented people to get in conversation with undocumented people, because we're just in two different categories in our classifications. So I'm documented, we're documented, and so there's envy and jealousy just based off that. The fact that we're not worried about Homeland Security and custom enforcement. We're not worried about that.
Okay.
When they say lost camp,
I'm just reading in the comments where they're really delusional. Okay, they was like they helped us escape and they went through some lynch tree. Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, you're a psychopath. You know?
Yeah, there's some PBS specials. So exactly. Pokemon, what you got? Like, seriously.
Pocahontas, the false Pocahontas story.
Yeah, they still listen to Disney sing-along song.
a question. So like
Lila,
Lila, my fault. Yeah, I have a question. So I'm really close to getting, I mean, I'm on ancestry.com and stuff like that, but I have like a strong feeling that my people are like indigenous. But so do you have any advice of how I could get my family documented or to have them help with this research? Because
how far back have you been able to go And thanks for asking. How far back were you able to go?
Only like 1890, 1870, and that's when I can't find the mom or the dad no more.
Hey, well, I'm gonna put a link in the chat. And you take some time and, especially if you know your ancestors' maiden names for the women, and just, put your ancestors' name in. It's super user friendly, and see if you have any ancestors on the dolls roll. And certain tribes, I would just say go for tribal enrollment. That's my agenda. And everybody may not agree with that, but that's my advice. If you see your ancestors on the dolls roll, depending on the tribe, you can tell me privately what you find, and then we can go, next steps, because tribal enrollment is a whole other process. But that would just be my thing, is first to see if your ancestors are on the dolls roll. But then if you're saying you just want to know, I think everybody has resources on how to best help you. But it's always good to find vital
Underground
records
Railroad.
and census. Hi, I'm speaking.
Google the Underground Railroad.
Ew, oh my gosh, Scandinavian alert. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead and get some
How can the
Okay.
slave trade
So
be needed?
anyway,
How did slaves trade?
whatever. As if I was speaking, learn some manners about yourself, okay? We don't do that trailer.
Underground Railroad.
Disgraceful. You can go. I was speaking. So Jalen, I'm gonna put the link in the comment section.
For sure. Like Taylor, man. Taylor, you gotta I researched the Underground Railroad, dude. That's how I found Pikachu, man.
Who's talking?
That was me. That was me.
Oh, about to say, I was like this.
But yeah, what's up, Chris?
I'm gonna say I got a question. First, before y'all see my picture, I'm not here to stir up any BS or anything like that. But so I got a question for the people in the comments that are here to just stir the pot. Why y'all do that? Like what how is that hurting you? If people are, first off, see more evidence from the people on this live talking about their ancestry going back way farther than I've seen even my family do. And so my question for all those who are coming here and stir up whatever, like dude that was just talking about, we helped the Underground Railroad. What does that have to do with anything that's being talked about right now? Why can't people just listen? Right?
And they are lying when they say that. When they say they helped the Underground Railroad, that wasn't them. That was still our people. Because there's no way we can blend in on an Indian settlement, right? We blend in with the people to where when the colonizers come looking for their property, they can't figure out who is who. So they just, you get what I'm saying? Like that don't make sense. We don't look like them and they don't look like us. How were we able to blend in with their people?
Thank you. And sis, ask this question. How did Walter Plecker, sit up here and take all the Aboriginal people, which he know they were Aboriginal. They keep trying to change the story too, and make us Negro and colored if we didn't look similar to them. You see what I'm saying? So how do you do that? And then he took letters and spread it through the US so they could discriminate against us too. And so it was almost like a eugenics thing. If you weren't looking like they wanted you to look, or the type that they wanted you to look like, they just disregarded you altogether. So now let's go back to all the European settlers that came here, and explorers. Who did they document being here, and what was the description? It was never anybody with pale skin. It was always copper tone skin, from the darkest to the lightest. Now, what happened to all those different colored people that look just the same skin tone as us? What happened to them? What happened to the ones who they just documented being originally here? You know what happened to them? We're them. And then what happened in the 19th and 20th century when they brought all these people from Siberia, Mongolia, and Japan here? Where did they go? Where did they go? They went in the plant. They went on the reservations with YT. The YT became chief. Mixing with them, trying to act like they're the natives to replace us. And then guess what? We became citizens. So they disconnected us from our land, they disconnected us from who we are, and then they gave those people the positions of us, and then start indoctrinating us in schools, telling us all this other crap. So that's
well, hold
that's
on.
how
To
you
answer
erase the minds of
Chris, what
children.
he's talking about right now, Chris, this is a form of errorism. I'll say it for the lack of TikTok friendly language. It's a form of errorism. So most of these people will go on to become police officers, and they harass our communities and bully our communities in those ways. So for on the social scale, this is how they do it. So this is about erasure. This is about this is it played out. These are human rights violations we're talking about here. So where do you expect any of these people to be civilized? Okay, so they can't just go out and do certain things because we are a protected class. We have protected attributes. They can't just go out and do their slurs because TikTok will get rid of them. So this is how they do it. It's just bullying and harassment. These things are happening. We're dealing with people that were descendants from colonialism and different forms of terrorism. Okay, so if you go back in U.S. history, they've always done this. Our people have always been bullied and harassed by these people. These are human rights violations. So trying to understand why someone would commit a human rights violation is a different story. But this is how it's played out in society. And now it's trickled over to social media. So learn a little bit more about how different factions operate. It's very prevalent in the Middle East. You will see the same behavior. So it's on a cultural level. So these things, it's economic errorism, it's cultural genocide, it's all these different things. So this is how it's playing out on social media. This is the closest they can get to doing their part to further perpetuate racism. This is how they get it done.
And some of them want us to just shut up about it because some of them know the truth, or some of them have been researching what we've been saying. And they're starting to realize that as much as they want to believe that we're lying, they're realizing maybe we aren't lying. And some of them now are actually worried about if what we're saying is true. Now, I know it's true, but from their standpoint, they're asking questions of if what we're saying is true, then what are our plans concerning the reservations? What's going to happen to the reservations? Are we going to go after the reservations? You know, basically they're worried about, are they about to get kicked off their land and their homes? So that's why they're trying to shut it down and like, oh no, y'all be quiet about this. Shush. You don't need to tell people this. Y'all are just African and we're Native and that's it. Because, you know, even their misnomer, our misnomer and their misnomers don't make sense. We're the only people in America that's just, oh, you're Native American, oh, you're African American. That doesn't make sense at all. And the one thing I will say is, like I said, other places have been hinting to the truth as well. And eventually they're going to say it. But I mentioned that article in Canada as well because of the fact that they also admitted they were taking children, indigenous children, so that way they can basically groom them while they're young to be good Slavs for them. And part of that grooming was getting them away from their indigenous roots, away from their indigenous language, as well as changing their names. As far as I know, the natives in Canada still have their indigenous so-called roots. They still have their language. They still have their traditions. If they were the Slavs, the indigenous Slavs that the Canadians were talking about, the indigenous people, those descendants of those people, they would have lost those things. Because that was the whole point of taking the children away from their parents, so their parents couldn't keep teaching them that stuff.
You know, it's also the timeline too. They have made it seem like everything just started. Like they just came over here to America, they just found it. That they were doing all these things over in another land, and America was just very primitive, when in fact all the people that they're saying that are indigenous are still stuck in a so-called I'll say primitive state in a way. It's like they don't have the technology and things that we have, and they think that we may have done it just because we were around with YT. The timeline itself is messed up. They, you know, after Reconstruction, they revamped everything, and of course they YT wash everything. But there was also in some of those living in the teepees and living like these NAs were living. I think his name is Fray Delando Cordova. He said that he was looking for these voluptuous buildings that these people of America were living in. So right there, they're talking about these people's living in castles and palaces.
Right.
We were on a whole nother level back then, and advanced even to, the time when really the mass of all the YT came in the 1800s. I don't think any of this stuff they built.
No, they
And
didn't.
then, those WARs, the first one and the second one, when they started destroying them
Mm-hmm.
to get rid of the evidence of these people that was over here and in other places. But it's really that timeline, because I've always wondered, how do they think primitive people at this time are the most indigenous, but the ones that invented everything, they have nothing. They don't have a culture.
Right. Just like you saying, sister, the buildings were already here. They admit that they didn't build anything. They just took the buildings and the towns over. Who built the buildings and the towns? Okay. Because the so-called NAs didn't do it. They didn't build anything. And just like you said, they're still on the, not talking negative or bad about anybody. I'm just speaking truth. They're still living on their reservations, and they haven't built anything like that was standing here. And let me tell you what they did to all of our buildings. They turned them into cathedrals and churches, and the graveyards. Those places where you can go deep down into the ground and they are bare. They literally made it into a graveyard and started putting people in there and burying people in our big immaculate buildings that we had. Then you can go to the zoos. They literally took the zoos and started hiding our stuff in the zoos, building things around the zoos and putting animals in them. Then you can go, like I said, to the big church cathedrals. They turned them into churches. So those big giant churches that you see that's just immaculately built, those were there when our ancestors built them. These Europeans didn't build anything, and they tell you that. They just took over towns, literal towns. How do you explain this? We were not living in any teepees on any land, shooting each other's with arrows and stuff. All that was TV, that was television, that was Hollywood. But see, that was a way to indoctrinate people and get everybody used to doing something, because we were sitting in front of the program, which is the TV, putting us under hypnosis. And so now all these people think that what we've been hypnotized with is real. No, it's not real. And you can start digging up this stuff and see it's for real.
I just wanted to give Chris a chance to say something because we said a lot. My bad, Chris. Go ahead.
Oh no, y'all are good. I'm listening. Okay, so look, here's what I know, and it's that when I was, but I'm older than probably most of y'all. My grandfather, he's the one that told me when I was 5 years old. So we're talking a while ago in the 1900s for sure. My grandfather who told me, most of the stuff that they're going to teach you in school is wrong. But remember this, Native American is a new thing. That's not real. That's not real. White people are calling themselves Native Americans. Real people here, they're called Indians. Cool. All right. And that they are melanated people. Now, there's a lot of Native Americans that probably look like me, right? Now, we've all been lied to our entire lives. The way that people that look like me have gone around this entire world and literally erasing people, erasing histories is insane. At the same time, I've been lied to about, where I come from, because it doesn't make sense to me how the original people of this land, the indigenous people of this land, are melanated people for sure. So why is it that somebody like me is you're a quarter Native American? Okay, what does that mean? I'm Indian? Is that the same thing, right? So part of my reasoning for even being here, because I got questions too, and nothing makes sense that I've been told until I start hearing some of these conversations. And I think back every melanated person that I've really ever known in my life. Now we've got Indian. It's like, great grandma, whatever, everybody. But I never really heard the kind of conversations that you all are having here until recently, past 2 years, maybe. It was
conversation is growing because it's finally making sense. We've been taught so many things, and it's like, sorry, the people that told you Columbus discovered America, they were lying about other things too, and people find that so hard to believe. That's cognitive dissonance. But yes, this is the first time we've actually had a narrative that's putting the pieces together and it's making sense, and that's why it's growing very strongly, and that's why more people are catching on, because people are doing the research on their family tree. And they're finding that it correlates, and they're finding they're even bringing new truths to this conversation.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at. I'm at the very beginning.
We're getting photos that we didn't even think that we could get right now. So it's just undeniable at this point, and just like I said, that television did a lot. And between Christianity, especially with our people, between Christianity and this whole colonization, it's just really flipped us upside down. So they've given us all this fraudulent stuff to believe in. Okay, it's got us all twisted in the head trying to figure it all out, but we swear that it's true because it's called hypnosis. Okay, they have put us under a hypnotic state, but once you snap out of it and you start to do your research, use your logical thinking, and you start digging and using your common sense, it's a whole nother world. You cannot turn back down. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and I'm just in the very beginning, but once I started researching my mom's maiden name and stuff like that, and how rare it is and how sacred it is, dang, it's no turning back. And then when I start realizing that I got red hair in my beard, man, it's just it's crazy.
Harry, you've been waiting a while. Are you here to say anything intelligent and contribute? What's going on? You have questions? Who are you? Hi.
Yeah, I feel like I just wanted to answer the prompt.
I think I'm not sure if the host is still here, but he would probably ask you, where are you from and what's your ethnicity?
I am from California, and I am Black American.
We would love to hear from you. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, I've been listening, and I heard someone.
I'm so sorry. Can somebody, if Ahmad is in here, can somebody mute Tutu? He keeps saying a bunch of unfriendly TikTok words in the chat. Canary, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of them, because I've talked to certain people that don't agree, and I feel like a lot of it is just decades and decades of indoctrination. I always tell these people, that's why I said Christianity. I tell these people, you're not a Christian. Your greatest religion is science. You believe in something that's literally telling you it's a theory, and that's your greatest belief is science. And when it comes to like me myself, I'll tell them, when I did my genealogy, I found even some of my family weren't enslaved at all. They were actually on reservations and stuff during slavery. Some of them weren't, and it's just they'll look at me and literally say you're a liar for just saying I can't find anything other than American roots in my blood. But because my skin looks how it is and my hair looks how it is, you're hell-bent, I don't know if I can cuss, on calling me something that I can't even connect to. None of my family have connected with that. It's just, I feel like it's a personal hatred in them that they don't want people like us to express who we are, just like a constant thing that they do to us.
That's what it is. It's a self-hatred within themselves, because other than that, why are you caring about who we are? Why does it matter to you how we're trying to find out who we are as a people, or how our parents already told us who we were and the schools were lying. Okay, but our grandparents can give us proof and show us. Okay, they fought for this country, just like Sister said. They don't know the wars that have been fought. They don't know how the Constitution was reconstructed. They don't know about all of that stuff. They don't know who had it before that. You see what I'm saying? All they know, like I said, is they watch TV and they go to church. These two things have been putting people into a deep sleep of deception. Okay? And as long as they continue to have that in their mindset, just like Sister said, it's cognitive dissonance. So whenever they hear something that's truth, it makes them uncomfortable. So they feel like they have to get on the defensive and they have to sad.
Yeah, and it goes to show how deep a race and how the it just goes to show how deep it was that the weapon that was formed against us was like a race. In better words.
This part is they took the biggest and the most beautiful cathedrals that our ancestors built and had the nerve to turn them into churches. Okay? Into churches. So the same churches that indoctrinated us and dumbed us down about who we are sitting in the cathedrals that our ancestors built. But you would never know that because they've been brainwashing us since we were children. Oh, we built it. No, you cannot find nobody. They lie about who built what. They take over people's history. This is known. That's not a secret. Okay. They'll come into your land. They'll erase you, set themselves up. And then another thing that people forget too, if I'm the original people and I do start off with my kinky hair and my dark skin, and then some foreigners come over here and start to start to unalive my men, okay, and start to breed with my female, the females in my tribe. Sooner or later, my females in my tribe is not going to even recognize that they came from that kinky haired, dark-skinned woman. Eventually, that's what's going to happen because you're going to keep on stopping us from going back into who we were because you then offed all our men off.
Something to be said though about those of us that still have been able to retain our melanin, and a lot of people ignore that too. After generation, I still see beautiful, deeply melanated people, and so that gets a lot into colorism, which we don't necessarily have to do, but it's interesting. So I was happy to hear Canary say, and the same thing with Chris, that people are digging into this and they're figuring it out. But you have to understand these people are very fearful because they know it's time to decolonize. And I think we're saying this over and over again, that they know that their time is up and it's time for to really figure out what are the next steps, because they've been told their whole lives that because of the color of our skin, we don't deserve anything. We don't deserve education. We don't deserve fair labor. We don't understand good housing. So they are programmed for that, to perpetuate colonial terrorism. And so that's for us. We're self-determined. But remember, these people are claiming to be the natives and they're perpetuating racism. Like, where is that in their spiritual system? So those tribes have been infiltrated. Because part of colonizing the Americas is to say we are the chiefs now. These are Scandinavians, these are foreigners that are claiming that they are the chiefs now. And so that's how they were able to implement Jim Crow. That's how they're able to take all the economic wealth in places like Mississippi. They use riverboat casinos. They give themselves liquor licensing. All these things they're able to do using American Indian rights, indigenous rights. So they have rendered us economically just took away all our economic viability. And now we're saying, okay, we get to use all these home loan guarantee programs, all these guaranteed bank loans, all these things that is meant for economic empowerment of said Native American people. We should be able to claim that now and get that. But that's what they use to obtain wealth. So this is all about making sure that if this group is the rightful owners, then who are they? So, but that's how they gain wealth. And this is all about money. So anytime anybody's puzzled about why are they doing this, just always think money. It's all about trade and commerce. It's money, money, money. Nothing else.
Yes, yeah. It's all about money. It's about economical gain, you know, over another group of people too. It's like they always want to be superior. So that's another thing that we got to understand too. When they came here, their whole thing was to try to make us feel like they were more superior than us. You know, everybody thinks, oh, this is their language. Taught everything. And see, once you start digging into their history, you'll even find out that they were slaves here too at one time. See, and they had actually fled from Europe because they were fugitives, because they were crooked, they were evil, they were doing wicked stuff over there. So then they come over here, and guess what? They start doing the same thing. Their nature hasn't changed. It's the same nature. Until you see somebody treating you right and being honest, then you know that you're going to another level. But I'm Aboriginal. I claimed Aboriginal status because we do have the right, as in, you know, to claim our own status, and you know, by your ancestor and your family. And then after that, you don't have to choose to go back in and be connected with the government. You do not. And if somebody tells you that, they're lying. And you have the right to still separate yourself from the legal entity they connected you to and reap benefits off of that. And all this is lawful.
Yeah, and it's hard for me to find my words to articulate my words and what I'm trying to say to this panel, but the women here are doing a phenomenal job. But I just want to say that I believe that some Native Americans are here they are paid to be here with casinos, with so many things, and it's just messed up. But yeah, they're paid to perpetrate.
I only came up here because I got muted in the comments by one of the garbage moderators.
Why are you
Because I've seen this lady in other lives before as an African. So don't be trying to check.
People are doing the research.
So don't mute me.
I've seen her too.
Why would
So
you mute
just
me? I
believe
wasn't
it.
talking to you.
All right, let me see.
The hell?
How you gonna mute people?
Canary, don't answer any personal details on the internet.
And I didn't ask her no question. So why did you mute me? I didn't ask her no question.
This gangbanging and sex tripping,
but you muted
telling
me.
people they lie.
You muted me.
Okay, you're loud and ghetto. First and foremost, there's an echo.
And you're ghetto.
Okay, anyway, Canary. People have what is the point of this?
I feel like this is a perfect example right here.
That's what we're gonna do.
I mean, by the
We're gonna disconnect everybody. All right, because I don't know what the hell happened to my goddamn live. So yeah, I don't know what the hell happened on my goddamn live. See people on the pain coaches live. I'm just getting back to the camera. What's up, Kenya? It was going good. They trip like I don't know why folks is tripping. I don't know if I want to stay on here, honestly. How long I've been on live? 3 hours. The one other one was can talk. Okay. It was going good. Stay live. Stay live. Is Monty live? Yeah, I was about to. What's up, Venus? Do I want to do? It was peaceful and productive until 3 minutes ago. I'm just trying to maintain order. No, you're not live. I'm just trying to maintain some order. To the point of doing these conversations, people can't evolve. How do you unmute people in the comments? How do you unmute people? Can somebody unmute Light Baron? People having the right researching the Meek Mob. You gotta click that profile. I clicked that profile. It said they were unmuted. They weren't on mute or something. Yeah, click that profile. What's up, Light Baron? Yeah, folks can take a woosah. I've never claimed to be African. Never claimed to be African. Well, this is my first time seeing you, so I'm good. She's not muted. The word is muted. Oh, the word is muted. Yeah, you're good. Maud you. I already have a lot of mods, so I ran out of space for mods. Talking about YouTube or TikTok. I'm talking about TikTok. No, towards you. Sorry, not towards you. Sorry. No, I'm just saying. I was like, well, then all hell broke loose. Oh, my curls are pretty. Thank you. Um, yeah, we just gonna take a reset. You know, say what's up, grandson? Her. You say you're researching the Meek Mag. The words they might be typing is muted. Okay, but yeah, appreciate the likes. Appreciate the likes. Mm, what's in the water? But yeah, how y'all doing? When you mute or block something, like how y'all doing tonight? When you mute or block someone, sometimes it blocks the words. Okay, but yeah, look, she can type in here. I saw her comment earlier. She can still type. Just made my popcorn like this. Why? See, now folks like now we can't hear you. Y'all can't hear me. Can y'all hear me? I do agree. Can y'all hear me? Hello? What's up? What's up, Georgia? It must be you then. It must be dude then. You got unmute. You got to unmute the live. You got to unmute TikTok so y'all can hear they talking over you. Huh? Huh? What is going on? What is going on? Ain't nobody on the panel. So I'm gonna get over she muted because I said the chick didn't. Okay. Yeah, we gotta relax. That was a nice hat, bro. Like he gave me the sombrero. Georgia think I'm Mexican or something. She can speak for herself. Very true. Didn't you recently say you're African American? What's up, Kenya? Man, I'm just Juanito. Funny. Some guy just hacked in and interrupted the whole good vibe. See how you what? What is going on, dude? What is going on? I don't know. I don't know. I do want to play. I do want to play the game. The ladies are having a good discussion. Okay, ladies are having a good discussion. Um, they need to come back. All right, I'll bring people back up. We're supposed to relax. I'm not gonna lie, because you know I'm not. I'd hate to be that person, but there are outsiders watching the live. There's a lot of people. A lot of people just speak for themselves. Stop acting weird. Huh? Oh, stop acting like yeah. Folks just be. I'm Cherokee. The app, yeah, the fans is in here, and they love watching people argue. They act like gangbangers. All right, y'all can request up. Sure. They act like gang. Like what?
What's up, everybody?
I'm
What's
just gonna
up, Nick?
say, I thought the purpose of these conversations was so people could evolve and learn and be inspired to do their own genealogy. And so people that, I mean, it's always somebody saying they said this on this panel and bringing stuff from other panels. And okay, they're here now. You can ask them questions. Well, how do they identify? And we can get to the root of this. But I heard this, and knowing that most people are not even allowed to get out a full thought on these panels, like, okay, people are going to evolve. That's why we sit and hold space and teach people how to dig into the genealogical records. So somebody might have said they were African because we were all taught certain ways, And so allow the person to evolve already. Like I thought that was the point of us having these conversations.
So say I am not. This is my third time on live. I don't even know who these people are. I've never. No, that's not what this is. I don't know who y'all are. I'm not trying to. I told her I did say my school, my elementary. I'm not trying to say my personal information, but it's weird. And this is an example of what I'm talking about. I'm on live. This is my third time. Maybe I sound nervous. I don't know what it is, but you cannot tell me that I wasn't born and raised in California. My mother was born and raised in California. Like, are y'all dumb? It doesn't even make sense. That's weird to me. Like, this is an example. You're telling I'm speaking and you're already telling me who you think I am. That's weird. I just told you who I am. Like, I'm sorry. I'm new to
My
this.
whole thing is we've previously seen a lot of people. I know Darvid has seen it also.
I'm not one of them.
That there are people that be on other pages. They say
I'm
they're
not one of
African,
them.
and then they come to our pages, and then they say that they are us. They do it back and
And
forth.
I'm telling you, that's not me.
Said,
And I've
ask
never
her
done
a
that.
question. She's here.
And
She
then
just
I
told
got
you who she
called
was.
game banger and ghetto. I don't
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, so ask her. She's
My
on this
people came
panel.
out
She
here
just
and
said-
started the first so-called black resort in California City. How you gonna call me ghetto? I seen LA go from
You don't
being
sound like you
all
from
black
Cali.
to
There's
being
no
took
one way to
over
sound
by
like Cali. There's
Mexicans.
no one way
So
to look
why
like
are
an
you
Indian.
talking to me like I'm a
Why you
ghetto
set
and
tripping?
throwing names at me, and
Why
you didn't
you
even
set
have to go
tripping?
there?
Why you
Because you
set
don't know what's
tripping?
going on. Have you been on these African panels and seen these people?
Well,
And then they'll
but we're
lie
here.
and
We're,
go
no,
to
That's not
another
me.
panel?
That's
I
the
don't sit
wrong
amongst
person.
them. I don't sit amongst them.
No, I'm talking about her. She calling out names. She didn't have to do that.
Is everybody the point?
My
Oh wait,
right.
hold on, wait. The point is, let's move forward. I'm sorry, Darvid. I was just gonna say, let's move forward. Let's give grace to if somebody comes up genuinely and they're not trolling and they say,
Right.
"Hey, I thought I was this, but now I'm finding out maybe it's not. I'm coming here to ask questions to learn." Let's let go of whatever happened in their past. All this other stuff is unproductive to the productive conversation we was having before
Right.
that came up.
And I agree, and I don't know where that came from. And I just wanted to make it clear that's not me. I don't know where y'all getting that from. That's weird.
Interesting, because you didn't come up. You came up here. You said your piece. If people had questions, they could have said, "Are you that one person?" And we could have clarified that. You said your parents are from Cali. You're from Cali. There's no one way to look like an Indian or sound like an Indian. There's no one way. I can line up 10 girls from Los Angeles. They all sound different.
That's what I'm saying. And I grew up in a white community, so sorry I may sound different. I was the only black girl in my class growing up, so.
I'm not gonna lie, she do sound like she's from Cali. Just listening to her.
White girl.
She do sound like I can hear it. Like doesn't the accent. I can hear the accent a bit. She do. But yeah, who was Radiant? What's up?
Yo, what's good, Brody? What's up, panel?
Oh, okay. What's up?
Just coming in, chapping in with you, man. Just getting on TikTok, man. It's getting it's like the main two topics on here is between the Americans and it usually be the Africans on here calling you I guess the TikTok terms is wobbles or pretendians, and it's another term that they use like they don't know about the Reclassification Acts in America or how a lot of black or so-called Negro people that was once Indian was reclassified as black or Negro.
Right. For sure. Appreciate that. It was good. Yeah,
I'm already knowing, bro.
Yeah, let's get back. Yeah, we can get back reset and get the energy reset. Oh, because I'm not going. I was supposed to hit the end button. But yeah, y'all can what are y'all even talking about? Because I know the last thing I heard, Jalen was asking advice for like genealogy and stuff like that.
Yeah, and a new panelist came on and they just talked about their experience. And this is the rating. This is the number one to me, the conversation on the internet. Like people talk about a lot of drama and problems in the BLK community, but the one I see that's consistently for the past couple of years has been American Indians, and it's only getting bigger because people are doing the research on their family. But no, these people are obsessed with us. And then when you really get down and talk to them, they have no idea where they are. Like they don't know anything about American history, U.S. history. They just don't know. They know very surface level.
They
So,
know the westernized version of it.
yeah, and we too in depth for that.
And you have a lot of people who do look like us and do know their ancestry, and they still claim to be either black and Negro because that's what they was taught in school. And also, like, genealogy is not going to tell you what tribe or DNA is going to tell you where you came from. Like my grandfather is full-blooded Cherokee, but my DNA say I'm 49% Nigerian, and I can go back to at least 4 or 5 generations. None of us been Africa, or came to Africa, or even mixed in with them. Or then you have
your DNA to any institution, or I don't know what the database, that doesn't even make sense. But the thing is like what part of your DNA makes you Nigerian? Like what were the genetic markers? Like what's the code they use? You get what I'm saying? Like nobody can really explain that part to me. Like what in your DNA coding is Nigerian?
Right. Yeah. And I just wanted to say on the genealogy thing, when I did it early, before it was really popular on Ancestry, it gave me a percentage of South America. It was South America, I think. Native Americans from South America. It was like 10%. And then as Ancestry got popular, I think it's still on there. I haven't checked in a long time because I don't even look at the percentages part because it's really the paperwork. But it says 1% the last time I looked. And it changed. And so that's how you. Will lie and say that's not real.
It's not. But one thing I do know, all of us that do have started our journey of self-discovery or genealogy, y'all ever notice the common factors that it all links us back to the South some type of way? Between Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Atlanta, we all got family down there, especially for those who migrated north. Like I'm from Chicago, but I got deep roots in Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Oh man, all parts. I was down there for a minute. And Brookhaven, Jackson, Pearl, Collins, Hattiesburg.
Chicago and Mississippi got a lot of history.
Oh man, definitely. That's how I found out about my Indian side through Mississippi. My grandfather, full-blooded Cherokee. And the next thing is, even when we do figure out the genealogy, the next part is, I guess, like people want to get recognized by the government, but like tribes that's federally recognized are in the worst places of sovereignty. Like though they took thousands of tribes and combined them into 5. So it's like the same thing all over again once you do figure it out.
The crazy thing is, I was born in Mississippi on the coast. That shit crazy.
On the coast, man, it be cracking on the coast. Where at? Towards Biloxi, Vicksburg, or what part of the coast?
Biloxi.
Man, Biloxi is beautiful, man. I almost didn't leave down there.
Lexi, shit crazy.
Say how they always say Mississippi is so poor, and I'm like down there who made a lot of money off of those poor. Culture was so beautiful, and I just like learning about it, and I think it's something to be said about the Indian. Anybody, if they just interested, because everybody's so obsessed with us. It's like if you really want to find some beautiful history, check out the different river valley societies, the different Indian tribes that lived along the rivers, because the river, like water, is life. Travel, a food source for cleansing, and all the tributaries that. Because the river, that's a lot. I don't really know a lot of more of the tribes in the Northeast, but there's also the Delaware Indians, the people from that are areas in New Jersey. So I don't think it all goes to the South. I think over time, like because of slavery, they were kidnapping people and send them to the South, so they can then send them out to the Caribbean. But yeah, it is very interesting that we all have that connection. But you know, we've all been displaced, our ancestry, or you know, voluntary, involuntary displacement happened. But I just think the Mississippi Indians, and then they, of course, they spin out to other tribes. It's so vast, and I think it's so diverse. But
It
it'd
definitely
be
is.
very beautiful to learn a little bit more about that. We don't talk enough about that because we're always like arguing about who we are. We're like undocumented people or like refugees, which I think is wild. That refugees and undocumented migrants think that they could ever like sit in spaces with us, but that's just again the color of our skin. They've been taught that they can do whatever, say whatever to us,
Exactly.
and there's no deference, there's no respect, and so again they here to perpetuate racism. But in all honesty, like I don't sit amongst them. I'm not trying to prove myself to somebody that's undocumented or there. I mean, there's a travel ban that's happening right now. So for me, it's like I'm following, you know, Homeland Security saying these places are not safe as a U.S. citizen. So I'm like, I'm just not going to engage. And then there's mass deportations happening. So those people are arguing with us when they need to be arguing with Homeland Security. Like they
At
focus
the
on the
same
wrong
time,
thing.
that's something we should be arguing about too, because a lot of people are. This is why I mean that Black people need to understand financial literacy as well as status correction. A lot of people are saying, talking about citizenship or being undocumented or documented like it's a flex. Like anyone that has received the Social Security number as well as the birth certificate is a trust fund baby and being sold on the stock market. This is one of the reasons that they didn't want TikTok to be in America, because this information is coming more and more relevant and accessible to our type of people.
Without TikTok, I wouldn't have known that I was indigenous and be speaking with this type of y'all, this frequency, be on this frequency with y'all. Will never.
Definitely. Like they want y'all. Like it's not a flex being a city. It's a difference between being a U.S. national and a U.S. citizen. A U.S. citizen is obligated to pay taxes, and you basically agreeing to the unseen contracts that this corporation in place like for you. But as a national, you govern yourself, and instead of operating off the Social Security number, you operate off the EIN number, and the EIN number is the same amount of digits that your Social Security number is. Both is 9 digits, but let's just say the people who are uneducated, I won't say uneducated. and start the process all over again. This is what the wealthy is doing, and this is the difference between the citizenship, especially the 14th Amendment, that was regarding basically racial profiling and monetizing private prisons as well as the descendants of slaves. And one thing I need y'all to understand is slavery, not to be running on and taking up the all the time, whatever, but anyone who identified as a Moorish national during slavery was freed from slavery automatically. If you look into slavery, it's a good number of Cherokee and so-called black people that had a number of white slaves and other slaves, and that was the issue. People were both in the slave field. They got fear that they will unite, and so it became a color thing. Pretty much, white people started getting a nationality just by being white. They was one considered slaves, but that's actually how they got here. They came here, but we didn't call them slaves. We called them indentured servants. We taught them how to read. We taught them how to bathe. Taught them astrology. When there's the other way around, when they got in power, why you know what they would do to y'all if they caught y'all reading? That was like the only book you could read.
Abolitionist, as the United States was expanding its territory and states, adding on more states, that was all Indian territory. We know that there were also melanated people helping to come up with these laws. So all this, we couldn't learn to read or write. A lot of times the census was asking, could they speak English or could they write English? A lot of them spoke their native tongues. So, all this, we didn't learn how to read, or we couldn't read anything outside the Bible. No, and especially in Christianity, if you were a Christian and your slave owner was a Christian, they couldn't enslave you. And so every state was different, every situation was different. But I don't believe a lot of that. We were brilliant, we were genius. So we were authors at that time as well. So.
Yeah, authors, but it also goes back to the type of people that we're referring to. Just like when we're talking about the Mississippi Mound Builders, also known as the Washita Moors. It's the difference between Moors, Maru, and Moranos. So when you look at that time period, Morocco.
Genealogy.
You said what happened?
You're talking a lot of Moors. Have you done your genealogy?
I already said I did mine. Not only that, I'm the chief of my own tribe. I already corrected.
So how far back were you able to go?
I can go at least about 4 or 5 generations.
Okay. So that gives you what? 1880s, 1850s? What are you saying? Like 1890s, when early 1900s? I don't know. They could have all been popping out babies at the age of 20. What does that mean, 4 or 5 generations? Because I'm second generation, but my dad is 1927 born. So, like, what does that mean? Like, how far back were you able to go? What year?
I can go to late 1800s, late 19s, but that still goes into what I'm saying. Like, that means nothing if your status not corrected. Having the knowledge and applying it in real life is 2 totally different things. A lot of people can know where they came from, but
genealogy, did you see Washita Moors? Because you were talking about that. Did you see that in your genealogy anywhere?
No, as far as that, I was referring that to a case law, Supreme case law. Actually, I'm finna pull that up. Give me 1 second. In the late 1800s.
Darby, are you okay with this, Moors babble?
Let's hear them out.
In the
Starve it even
1800s,
more.
they referred, or they pretty much announced that the Americas or America didn't own more than 1 million square miles, and the rightful land owners were the Washita Moors.
Mm-hmm.
Then in the 1828, if you look at the definition of American in the Webster definition, you'll see how American was reclassified, once referring to the natives and aboriginals native to America, but now applying to those of Caucasian or European descent. So between the 1800s and 1900s, we had a whole different set of reclassifications. And I'm trying to find that one of those case laws. Give me 1 second. I took a screenshot.
Y'all, I'm sorry, but what the heck? I keep hearing Morris in every simple.
Listen, bro, don't just abort. Don't go down that rabbit hole with him. I'm asking him his direct lineage, where his people from, because these Moors be going off into a tangent. I asked the host, he said it's okay, but I'm telling you, it'd be less confusing if you just stick to your genealogy. He said he got to the early 1900s. It would have been great.
And that's what I need y'all to understand. When it comes to Moors, Moors was anyone that was not Christian and not Caucasian.
Yeah, but we talk about genealogy, and so y'all gonna bring on the. I can bring up
when we talk about
tempos too as
genealogy, I
well.
also stated that I have my own tribe. That doesn't apply to me. I represent a new class of people.
Oh, y'all just okay. Y'all creating stuff in real time. Okay.
Where did the Moors come from? I'm sorry, I'm just learning about Moors.
So you had two different. You have
do it.
You got Moors that came from North Africa, and you also had some that mixed in with those that was in America. The Almoravian Empire was a combination of North America, South America, and Africa. So pre-Columbus, you had these melanated people going between North America, South America, and Africa, mixing in with each other. Then they brought in slavery to make it seem like we all came here as prisoners or kidnapped from one place and relocated to another. Like they didn't have the ability to transport themselves.
Moors is?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Gerard? What's up, Georgia?
Hey, you should play your song, bro.
Nah, maybe in a little bit. I was just is he trying to show his background or?
I'm interested.
Okay, there we go. Okay, he got something
Been
pulled
doing
up.
this for years. Like,
I was
have
just
you
bringing
been-
up the case law.
Oh yeah, I've been doing it for years.
No, I'm asking him like the Moors, because I've done that deep dive and it's a lot.
Declared 1848. Okay, so it's a supreme law. Let's see. Court versus. Okay, so from script. Court United States versus heirs of Henry Thomas. All right, let me pull up the case. United States versus heirs of Henry Thomas.
Henry Turner.
United States versus Henry Turner. The phrase is likely to serve not a single unit exact case. Hold on. Hit descendants are heirs. Let me versus heirs of Henry Turner. Let's see.
Okay, what y'all doing then? I'm finna show y'all.
Hold on. Wait a minute. What year was it? What year was it?
48.
1848. All right, let's see.
States cannot own land, by the way. Y'all gonna come to find that out. The United States cannot own land. Everything goes back to the tribes.
Hold on. One second. Hold on. That only sources. Hold on. There's so many United States versus Henry Turners. 1 second. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead. Just go ahead.
Moors is a religion, a gang.
No, it's a tribe of people.
Yo, the only source of that comes from scripts. Let me see. Hold on. It said, hold on, 1 second. Let me speak, y'all. Let me speak. God damn.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the only source of that is coming from scripts.
It's a supreme case law under that too. You look under it should be there.
If I look, I'm searching it. Like, hold on, let me.
Not sure how long he's been into this.
I get it on mine too. But I'm showing
Yeah, let
y'all mine right here. Y'all see that?
Oh, yeah.
Back to the Google results.
Okay, let me see. All right, I pulled it up. I pulled it up. All right, so never mind. That's not even the case. What the hell? All right, that's not even the case. This is another case. Clinton Lamont Montgomery versus the state of Indiana. So, I've seen this before. I've seen. Let me look at the.
Moors, they said it's
Let me
Muslim.
look. Let me look. Yeah, let me look at the. Let me
Another
look at the
reference
results.
is Abraham Lincoln represented a Moor in court. And they
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Unpopular opinion, but popular opinion. The Moors were the ops. The Moors were the ones who betrayed us. The Moors were the ones who told the colonizers where to find us because they were the colonizers originally before they got taken over and overthrown by the colonizers. Right. The Moors were also the ones who, under this disguise of being claimed as the aboriginals and discoverers of America, they're the ones who signed away the land, claiming that they were the aboriginals of the land because the land could not be given over to the United States or government or whoever you want to call it unless it was signed away by the indigenous people. They obviously couldn't get us to sign it away or else there wouldn't have been so many WARs. Y'all are ops. And the Moors are the ones who went over to, correct me if I'm wrong, was it Liberia? They always want to talk about, freed Slavs went over with colonizers to Liberia to settle there after freedom. They
You
was
said
offered to go
correct
over
you
there,
while
blah,
you're
blah, blah.
wrong. So which
Hold on, wait,
tribe
no,
of
wait, I'm
Moors?
not talking about that. Correct me if I'm wrong on the location, but I wasn't saying that to you. Whatever Slavs or freed Slavs, they no longer were Slavs anymore, that was sent over to Liberia to resettle, that the Africans keep throwing in our face. Oh, y'all came over here and put us in slavery. That was the Moors. Still the Moors.
Which tribe of Moors? Because that's part of that is indoctrination, putting another accusation on a whole group of people. When we talk about the Moors, I want y'all to understand that Mansa Musa was a Moor, which is known as the richest man in history.
Let's not go that route,
And
please.
George Washington was also a Moor. He was a Whiggamore. To this day, this is where they wear black robes and cornrows. In court, they dress up to pretend, y'all. Not just that, on the $1 bill, you have the two seals. One seal is the Moorish Aboriginal seal, which is the pyramid. Then on the other side, you have the eagle, which is plagiarism of the Kemetic seal. They came from the falcon, they turned it to the eagle. So when we say the Moors are the ones that betrayed you, you're talking about the Whiggamores, the party that cut down the cherry tree. To this day, America don't have a flag. They have a banner that's based on war and commerce. So when we talk about these groups, and there's also variations in the names, also like right here, you see Moors spelled with U. Then you see Moors spelled with an O. The Moors with an O, those are the North African Moors. Then you have Black Moors, then you have Whiggamores. It's not just one group of people.
Yeah, I was looking at that source.
That's like saying everybody is African American or everybody's from Africa.
So what was the? I had that. This is in the archives, right? Yeah. What was the verdict of the case?
Declared in 1848, a Supreme Court decision read by Theo H. McCabe, the judge, declared that the United States does not own the land of the ancient mound builders of North America, much more than 1 million square miles of the land. Moors are the title holders. The titles are El, Bay, Day, Al, and Ali, translated as the 5 civilized so-called Indian tribes: Choctaw, Washtenaw, Cherokee, Chickasaw, Creek, Muscogee, Seminole, Yamasee. Also, the court declared that lawful land orders are the heirs of Henry Turner, the Washington Moors. This later goes into the Louisiana land purchase. Louisiana is almost considered a country by itself.
Big Mississippi again. Sorry.
I
Go
know
ahead, Phil.
Mississippi, y'all kind of have like a split thing. I know like the white folks kind of created a new government because a black official got elected down there. I think it was like the mayor or something in Jackson. Uh, this was a couple years ago. But pretty much, y'all got the right to govern and identify yourself.
Oh, okay. So sorry. So I did the due diligence to actually did the due diligence to put this in like what happened in that case. So the Clinton Lamont versus Montgomery case. That's the actual case. State refers to the 1967 appeal. Hold on. It refers to the 1967 appeal here heard by the Supreme Court of Indiana. Parties, Clement Lamont Montgomery versus the state of Indiana. Supreme Court of Indiana, the decision. So key issues and arguments were raised by Barant, and then to appeal his conviction, the verdict of the jury was not sustained by sufficient evidence. The verdict of the jury was contrary to law. This, and that. Specifically, it argued the state failed to prove that. Okay, so the ruling emphasized that it was not in their power to determine the credibility of the witness or to say when the witness is telling the truth. The role of the trial jury, the court noted that the energy had the right to believe the prosecuting the witness's testimony. The court found that there was sufficient evidence in which the jury could find Montgomery guilty, including testimony regarding the prosecuting the witness's age, this, and that. Separate cases. Is this even a real case? Like
actual cases, but there was an argument about those mound builders and things like that, and the Indians did win. They always refer to this. I'm not sure why, again, but I don't know how you, Darvid, how you cross-reference case law with the Supreme Court, but I know what ruling he's talking about. But I think people just kind of conflate the Moors because it's a substitute word. Because I think it's always some finger pointing and blaming when it's like, okay, be specific. Like, we know that there's people that were
That's exactly mixed. What I'm just saying.
Yeah, people were mixed and people ceded the lands and they didn't have the authority. There was a lot of trickery going on. Like, one person can't speak for an entire tribe. But
here's another reference point. The office mayor of Chicago proclamation. This is Moorish American Week, and it's also found in multiple states. So the Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, Hamites, Canaanites who were permitted by the old pharaohs of Kemet to traverse the East Africa and later form themselves kingdoms extending from the southwestern shores of Africa, the Atlantic Islands, onto the present-day continental Americas. And whereas the indigenous Moorish people of the Americas are now united in order to again link themselves with family of nations, whereas the Moorish Americans, being the aborigine to the territories of North, Central, and South America, have formed a sovereign theocratic government guided by the commanding principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. This is also the same symbol the vice lords carry, the 5-point star. The 5-point star on the red flag, that's the cherry tree that George Washington cut down. This is the betrayal that they so-called think they're talking about. Through the virtue of universal rights to self-determination, as well as the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People guaranteed in the Charter. On January 8th, 1886, Noble Jewel Ali was born in the state of North Carolina, destined to become the first patriot of his mentally enslaved Moorish American people. In 1912, he was later anointed as El-Haj Sharif Abdul Ali by the heads of Egypt and the holy city of Mecca to return to the United States as the last prophet and founding father of the newly risen nation of Moorish Americans as a result of the 13th Amendment. Moorish people were emancipated from slavery in 1865. Now, therefore, I, Emmanuel, Mayor of the City of Chicago, do here proclaim January 8, 2012 to be Moorish American Week in Chicago and urge all residents to recognize the events planned for this time with the mayor's signature on there.
manual. Okay, so yes, when you are doing a proclamation at your city council, you can petition for the proclamation, which helps with your acknowledgement, and congratulations to that group. There's proclamations all the time. They can do multiple proclamations. It's just a show of respect, and whatever you wanted to say, they will say it. It's just an acknowledgement, and so you can
I'm
do
just
what you're
saying, but
doing here right now.
these are in multiple states, y'all can look this up. That's not just Chicago.
Honey, what I'm saying is when the city council does a proclamation, it's a sign of respect because you are a part of the community. You have the right to say whatever you are. You have the right to self-attest, and it's really just a sign of respect and recognition. And we know y'all have chapters and whatever in other cities. Any organization can do it.
It's not we. I'm a Lakean. I'm just saying I understand the science.
Yeah, any organization or club can do it. Yeah.
But basically, anybody that's not Caucasian under
Darvin is
Noble Draw Lee says y'all are descendants of Moors. My tribe is not
I was about to say, my only thing is, because I've seen historical records of Moors in the United States, right? Historically, like states in Virginia, Virginia classified Moors as North African Muslims. And then you have Louisiana and their slave registries, right? They had Moors, they called the Nar people and things like that, right? So why haven't the United States, any of these tribes mentioned anybody named Mer? I've never seen the policy called
the Washita Moors, the
yeah, you know that's actual that's an actual tribe that's spelled with an O, right? In Louisiana, the Washita or the Oshita. They spoke a Caddoan language.
Yeah, it's many different tribes of Moors. That's why I brought up the difference between earlier, especially when they were talking about betrayal. A lot of people that can't tell the difference between the Aborigine Moors, the Black Moors, which is pretty much prisoners of war, or those who served in the military, and the Washita Moors, or the Mississippi Mound Builders. These are all different type of people.
Did they call themselves Moors?
They was referred to as the Mississippi Mound Builders. They referred to by different things.
Yeah, but did they refer to themselves as Moors?
They refer to themselves as Aboriginals.
No, they ain't really refer to themselves as Aboriginals either.
Yeah, I have a question to
based off the definition.
I have a question towards you. So did you always know that you were Moor? If you didn't know that you always were Moor, what made
I
you
understand Moor science? My tribe is Malakian. I'm Malakian. I'm not a Moor. I'm just saying, according to Noble Drew Ali, anyone who is not white or Christian is considered a Moor. If you're reclassified as Black, Negro, or African American,
why should anyone believe Noble Drew Ali? What makes him so credible? What is this the second coming of Jesus? Why should we all just take his word for it?
He stole from a lot of people in Chicago. Like, you should do more research on Noble Drew Ali. That's why it's a lot of stuff that he did that was not for melanated people, but before his.
I mean, they're gonna say that
I'm asking Radiant. Why should we take his word as Noble Drew Ali?
I'm just saying historically, and he also caused the stock market to crash in the 1900s because he claimed the land. But any Black leader is also got the same disdain. Is always something, or he did this. If you look at the Nation of Islam, you talk about Farrakhan or Minister Lewis before him. He supposedly did something to the people. This is also form a counterintelligence or intel probe that infiltrated these organizations and turned the people inward against each other.
Aren't they all Masons though?
You said what happened?
Aren't they all Freemasons at the end of the day?
Not all of them. Not everybody. Not Freemason. Just like everybody not indigenous. So it depends on what lodges and what teaching these people going on. Even if we look at
like the
Freemasonry, either they're
Freemasons wasn't like how it is today. Freemasons
exactly. And even they organizations being infiltrated.
I can't see
now when we look at
it's the Blue Lay, not the Freemasons.
The Blue Leg is something totally different. These are Blue Leg are Masons who are designated to be gatekeepers
Black ones.
Freemasons.
So not everyone who is successful is or black is in a bootleg or into masonry.
At first,
These are
it
different
was a
schools
good
of
thing.
thought.
It was a good thing for the community, but nowadays it's Freemason. Turns.
I want to see it no different as the sororities. Like a lot of dudes, or especially when we look at melanated women, they prior towards education. You get into education in these colleges, and they go
Wichita, like squaw, like all of that stuff.
Yeah,
Some they would say squaw would mean women, but then of course the NAs were offended by the word squaw being applied to women. So they changed anything that was any historical US land that was like Squaw Valley. They said they were offended by that. So now they just got rid of the name altogether. And then they put their little Japanese tribe names over it. So a lot of that is being like them feigning to be offended is also causing a lot of erasure. Yeah, Wichita Falls, Texas. We were Wichita Falls, Texas, and Wichita, Kansas, both Wichitas. My family's both Wichitas. Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a long time to get to learn things, but reading, what tribe did you say that you claim again? Because
My tribe is the Malachi Empire.
The Malachi?
Malachi Empire.
Oh, no.
York.
No, not like Malachi York. We are on deity. We're not associated with Malachi York. You know, we have some members that know some of his teachings.
How you doing, Latoya? What's up, learning my roots? What's up, learning my roots? But yeah, thank everything on. Thank y'all. What's up, FBA soldier? Once you exclaim it, what would be the next step? None of your business. That's the next step. Like, why y'all want to know what you about to do so bad? What you think you about?
It's the art of war, and they want you to give up your trade secrets. Defense. These people are still at war with us in their mind. They think they're little soldiers.
What's up? What's up, grandson?
So
I believe the same thing that
Delaware
happened in Africa and the Middle East happened here.
Hold on, Radiant, real quick. So Delaware Code, right? I think it's Title 22. That's for us, right? The Delaware Moors, the Nantiquan. If you mix with the Moors, it's going to turn you into a Negro. They're going to try to make you African, bro. So most people who mix with the Moors, like my people, the Nantiquan, you can see here, they document in Cheswold. Yeah, they're going to change your race, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Radiant, what's your definition of a Moor?
What's my PS?
What is your definition of a Moor?
More of one race or anyone that's not Caucasian and Christian.
Anyone that's not Caucasian or Christian. All right, is there any more definitions of Moors that are more accurate or?
Thanks for the roses. Thank y'all for the gifts, donations.
Any other perspectives on what Moors are?
Moors are the inhabitants of Mauritania and its etymology. Or if you go past that, or if you go past that, it means dark skin in Greek. So pull up House Resolution 75. What's up, grandson?
Are you familiar with the Moors who actually petitioned the court and won?
What, the Sandria Moors, them pale people with blue eyes?
There you go.
The pale people with blue eyes.
Those the Wiccamoors, if I'm not correct, right?
There you go.
I guess. They something.
Yeah, those George Washington. Those are the ones that betrayed everybody.
How's the
They
resolution?
married into white people.
Do y'all practice the ways? Yep. We never lost the ways of our tribes, honestly. You want to be honest.
At what year did they betray people?
I have some. So, Darvid, I know you look up a lot of case law. Have you ever heard of the Worcester case? With the Worcester versus the state of Georgia.
No, never heard of that.
This is a conflict between Georgia and the Cherokee over the lands where they resided. It resulted in a demand of allegiance to Georgia of the missionaries and their removal and harsh treatment of the Cherokee because Worcester would not sign the allegiance and removal from the Cherokee lands, being what he considered to be disloyal and unfaithful. He was arrested by the Georgia Guard and the American Board of Missions to the United States Supreme Court. The case of Worcester was settled in favor of the missionary cause and the Cherokee. This established the authority of the national government under which the missionaries were assigned as superseding the state governments. This issue would be at the core of the Civil War a generation later. And I've always heard that about Georgia, that this almost brought many civil wars because they were constantly trying to force the Cherokee out of Georgia. And the state of Georgia would always threaten war. So I'm just reading about that right now. But very interesting.
All right, cool. Okay, so this what KJ was telling me to pull up. It was read by clerk in the House of Representatives, April 17, 1933. Many sons and daughter of that proud and handsome race, which has inspired the architecture of North African carried into Spain. The influence of his artistic temperaments have become citizens of this nation. In the city of Philadelphia, there exists a Moorish American society made up of Moors who found here the end of their quest for a home, and of the children who journey here from the plains of Morocco. Okay, so the society has done much to bring about a thorough absorption by these people of those principles which are necessary to make them good American citizens. These Moorish Americans had since being here missed the use of the titles and the name annexations that were so familiar at home, and which are used in accordance with doctrines of religious faith to which they are adherents. Therefore, be it resolved that this house commends the Moorish American Society of Philadelphia for efficient service it has rendered the nation in bringing about speedy and thorough Americanization of these former Moors, in that accordance with the fullest rights of religious independence guaranteed every citizen, we recognize also the right of these people to use the name affixes of El or Ali or Bey or any prefix or suffix to which they heretofore had been accustomed to use, or which they may hereafter acquire the right to use. They're saying the Moors from North Africa, Philly.
That shit's so cat. How you a
This say
North
right
African?
here
How you a
from
North
this
African
book.
Moor? How are you a North African Moor? But the Moors' history is about Jews that got kicked out of Spain. I'm
No,
confused.
that's a whole different type of people. Those are Jews. The Egyptian
If
president.
we can't all agree on one solid foundation, then you have to understand what a blanketed term means.
Oh, definitely.
All these different groups are these are the same people.
Different type of
Groups are. There's also the Blackamoors that for some reason y'all never talk about. They're actually like documents with them. So
Europeans.
the prisoners
they're
are,
not
but you
all the
literally
same
just did the
people.
same thing. When we talking about
They're not the same people though. These are different regions, different points in history. Happen some of them at the same time. So it's like, why do you conflate all of this into one? And then furthermore, what is your connection to this outside of you know, time regurgitating some biblical myths?
Just going back to what you just said, these are all reference to different cultures of melanated people, regardless if you want to mix it or not.
Where it says the word Moors. Show us.
Hold on, I'm finna speak on it. This book reference is called the Negro Rulers of Scotland and the British Isles. I'm gonna read this right here.
They call them Moors, right? They call these the black. These are the black Moors.
I'm just gonna read this part right here.
But then you're going over to Morocco, like you're all over the place, and that's what I'm saying because these are all different.
Morocco is here, by the way. Morocco is here in America.
Nah, bro.
Now we're in Scotland, Ireland.
LOL.
Bro, Morocco was used. Morocco was used as an exile.
Well, somebody asked what Scotland I have to do with America. A lot of those Blackamoors were deported to the 13 original colonies and the Caribbean.
Yes.
They were. It was a expulsion.
Soleil, Morocco was literally an exile colony for the Moors that was kicked out of Spain, bro. They're not from there. But go ahead, bro.
I didn't say it was
what he's talking about. Like all these groups are not connected.
Spain is one of the last strongholds where the Moors was kicked out. So basically, in
Maybe Mixed and feeded.
17,
Technically, they are. Technically, they
when
are.
the corporation started here in America, that's basically when the Moors got attacked by like 6 or 7 Caucasian countries. This was already here, but this is also speaking about the Washington Nation and the Moorish service. But I was reading this book about the going back to Scotland and how the 2 blacks mixed in, and these 2 blacks that mixed in, they considered them new people. And this is one of the words identified as Moros or Morions, which is different variations of the word Moor, which pretty much means black or dark-skinned people.
So you come from Scots. You mix with Scots.
So that's in a bloodline somewhere. I'm from Chicago, so we mixed in with.
Look, I mean like
everybody.
this. G, like this. This is my ancestors unaliving record. You see where it says? You see where it says race and color?
Oh, my bad. Let me put it back. Yeah, Venus joint. Yeah, go. You got it.
He trying to more watch the Scots. We is not
Hold
no
on,
Moors.
Venus. Go ahead, grandson.
Look, you see where it says race and color radiant? You see where it says race and color radiant? It says more because Lenapes mixed with these Sephardics that came from Spain, my ancestor, Daniel Francisco. Look up the Ciscos, you heard, with the Lenapes and Antiqua. Because we mixed with them, they turned us to niggas. But yeah.
The Scots are actually more likely to be mixed with Norman French
At the same time, that's something you can go
than they
back
are.
and
The Scots are more likely to be mixed with Normans from France than they are to be mixed with Moors. So
they pretty much like stole your birthright. Like that doesn't make you a nigga. You're a nigga by
language. Oh, that's such a nasty word.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
My
let's
bad.
fix
I didn't mean to say it like that.
You're all over the place tonight. So the thing is, again, what does this have to do with any of this in terms of relevancy? If you're saying, okay, in 1900s, my people, I'm just giving an example, my people were in Mississippi, and what were the Moors so-called doing at that time? Or if they were in Ohio, wherever they were, like, what is the correlation? Like, where does your family genealogy narrative fit into this overall picture? Because we can start talking about Timbuktu as well. We can start talking about all kind of things that are not relevant.
I'm already slow. And
yeah. Like, where does your family fit into these narratives?
Mine is right here. As y'all see, this is our registry, and this says indigenous.
Like, can you paraphrase? Because we're having problems with the visuals. Can you paraphrase and help us see the connection? Like, can you be clear and concise? Have you thought about that yet?
The Moors is also referred to indigenous Aborigine, and that's also the former definition of the word American.
Bro, that's not y'all don't have.
And now your theory, please. Anything that can help, like, make this relevant. Like, what is your family connection to these time periods you're talking about?
I thought American was named after Italian explorer, but
I said that it was fine, but as y'all see, that say indigenous Aborigine.
Jalen, you were taking us to certain points in history, even the Scottish rulers, and that may be going too far back. You said you haven't been able to go that far back. So as far back as you've been able to go, where does your family genealogy connect with what was going on with certain Moorish groups? Like, what can you tell us, like, in terms of historical context, so they can help? Like, I'm asking Radiant, and it's his family tree. He's showing us is like his family records, and then he's going up to more. So I'm just trying to find the connection for his family to the narratives he's sharing with us. And I don't know, grandson, what's that got to do with you? But I'm asking Radiant.
Radiant, let me help you. I'm not even talking to you, Leela. Let me help you out.
Yeah, but I'm asking him about his family, and then you're like, booty clapping for his family.
Stop being disrespectful.
I'm asking him a question, and you're trying to speak for another man's family tree. I don't understand what's happening.
No, I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to help him find his ancestors.
For help?
I already said the answer like 2 or 3 times.
He just took us down this wormhole.
The Moors and the indigenous Aborigines are both classified as the same people. So one, I'm bringing up the 1828 definition of the word American, which means originally applied to the Aborigines or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. And I also just showed y'all my tribal registry. And that says
I ain't gonna
indigenous
lie.
Aborigine, and there's my name right there. I can track my people. I know who and what we are. I'd already put it into. I don't do this as a TikTok warrior. I apply
Do with the
it to
Moors,
real life.
your family, how far?
I just said those.
What's the
Moors
connection?
are also classified as indigenous Aborigines. Aborigine is another word that they refer to as the Moors. There's your connection, or copper-colored people.
Radiant, do you have your family tree, bro? I'm gonna give you the historical point when they came here from Scotland, bro. Do you have your family tree? You on mute, bro. Radiant.
Oh, I understand what you're saying though.
They like to take these people down these spiral galaxy black holes to nowhere. And he's talking about the Scottish, he's talking about this point in history. And I'm like, your family, what is your family?
I just showed you my family is the Melika Empire. I'm just saying it has all connected. I'm not saying that all Moors are from Scotland. I'm just saying these are all different groups of people. The Moranos, the Maroons, the Moors, and the Aborigine are referenced to different cultures. I'm not saying they all came from Scotland to America. It was already indigenous people here in America. Some of them were referred to as Moors, some of them were American Indian. These are all the same group of people.
They not, bro. You lost,
What
bro.
territory, what area, what region? Your family in the narratives that you shared, because now we're talking about Scotland, and then you're talking about some places in the United States. What we know today is the United States. Where is the connection? Like, what are these states? You keep saying, I'll show y'all my family. I can't read. We can't see that. What, like, why can't you just put this like in a sentence form? Like, you're saying what year so I can
I said
follow?
that when I first started. I said I'm from Chicago, but I got roots in Mississippi. My grandfather is from Mississippi, but he's full-blooded Cherokee. Cherokee is also one of the 5 civilized tribes that goes back to the Moors before the colonization or the corporation of what y'all now refer to as the United States. That doesn't necessarily apply to me because I already corrected my status. I got my tribe. I was just stating, even though you said want to point fingers, but when we talk about Moors, that's the first thing some of y'all do. Even though that y'all have connections to these people, and you don't want to admit to it because you're not properly educated on it. But that's
nobody recognize y'all, bro. Nobody recognizes y'all. That group you talking about, bro.
What group was you referring to?
That registry you just pulled up. No, that's not a federal registry, brother.
We're not trying to be federal. Those are who are federally recognized. That's the worst case of sovereignty.
You don't have to
talking about. How did changing your status change your life in real time?
One, I can go to court and represent and speak for myself instead of waiting for a public defender or getting ripped off by a lawyer that don't know the situation, but y'all paying somebody else to speak for y'all. And also understanding the system. That way we can navigate through this so-called matrix when you understand the terminology and the language that they use, which is legalese. It sounds like English, but it's not.
But I'm just saying, anything that you've done in real time, like how has it changed your life in real time? Not like
in real time,
scenarios.
It helped me challenge jurisdiction, which goes back to court and
But have you done this?
Yes, I have done it. And that's what I'm saying. That's how it changed my life. Not to be seen as
Cherry,
black
you have right to a legal counsel. You're not obligated to take legal counsel. It's just, y'all can get into these spirals with and go around in circles with these people. So he's basically saying his family has some connection to the Washita mound builders. He was able to trace his lineage back to Mississippi, and so that's what he's saying. He's a Mer.
I didn't say I was Moor. I said I was Malakian. I said the Mississippi mound builders are also known as Moors.
Okay, so what's the connection to your family? Because you're saying they were in the same region around the same time.
Wait, aren't Murs half Indian and half Moor? Isn't that what a
That's
Mur
what I'm
is?
saying. That's what I
No.
am. I'm confused.
But from my understanding, the word Moor was replaced with the word Indian in 1621. So for those who don't identify as Moor but identify as Indian, that's the same thing.
And what
Like,
document
so
was
you
that?
realize what's oh, go ahead.
I've never seen that document a day in my life, and I've
What
searched for it.
that Moor was replaced in 1621 with the word Indian?
Yeah, who made that document?
Let's see if we can find it.
They took our Indian status and gave us more.
More,
So you
yeah, and
realize
then oh, go ahead, you got it.
so real sovereigns don't have to show up in other people's jurisdiction. They would just send you back to your own jurisdiction where you're a citizen to. You know that, right? You know why you never see Indians
Day, because you brought up a case from
Oh,
1848
right.
in which the law, I guess the law ruled that the United States does not own that land. Okay, and so who does? And then what is it today? Is it like a reserve park? What is it like? What is it?
So there's no direct substitution. Moorish in America, they say it's inaccurate. What? It wasn't a direct substitution for Moor. The initially used various terms, including Indian, due to it. All right, that's the AI. But
Hey Darvin, try the Delaware, try that code.
oh yeah, I've
Well,
seen
you
it
know
before.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
you
seen it,
know.
but I can show it for the people. Delaware Moor Code.
KJ said no united belief. We don't need to have a united belief. We don't all come from the same lineage. Like, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That. Let me see. Nata code more. I'm gonna just go to the Justia link because I don't feel like reading through all that. Okay.
Yeah,
Wait.
when
So your father, where was his grandparents born?
Jamaican, but
Okay, so Caribbean. Okay.
yeah. So, but why would you want to be in the natives? Fuck the natives.
No.
Indigenous.
I don't have
No,
any
no,
Jamaican
no.
ancestry.
There's
So
a difference between natives and indigenous, sir.
And it's just like when you simply do the research and you find that in your family, why do people like you try to come and try to deny us of the truth?
I mean, I've seen like the things y'all look at. It's a lot of like pseudoscience.
No, it's not pseudoscience. I'm talking about I actually went on Ancestry years
Okay.
ago, literally looked at the public documents that they've given, and my family they were not enslaved. They were found in and on and off reservations. They are not Africans. That's a fact. So that's what I'm saying. People try to come and say, oh, you're not this, you're not that, but you haven't even done the research on your own family. So you don't even know.
It's time to lay off the pot, dude.
How do you even know I'm stoned, dog?
Hi. The way you're talking, dude, is the way you're slurring, man. Talking
It's
about
that Cali
pseudo.
accent, that white boy accent.
Cali
Oh,
thing,
sorry,
but
white too.
he like many others. He's just programmed to think
Program.
what they told him is true when it makes absolutely no sense because it was melanated with darker people all over the four corners of the world.
Extra program.
OG, what you said the information presented is pseudo. So which part did you cross-reference to, check to see if it was verified? Like statement or claim.
Americas before they were
The
enslaved.
Olmec. So you're saying those are Asiatic people with those broad noses and full lips?
I am melanated, the ancient of days. It's the
So
dim
you're saying
lighting washing
colorism
out my
overrules.
color.
So you're saying the melanin deficient overrules those with melanin? You say the melanin deficient because you're like melanin deficient is what it could be
No, I got
described.
melanin.
Like you're a part of the
varying degrees of melanin. So you're saying the Olmec, you would prefer the colorism version of the Olmec? Is that what you're saying?
No, the Olmec.
You're saying if it let's say there was two Olmec, right?
Yeah.
And there was one that was deeply melanated and one that was melanin deficient. You would prefer the colorism melanin deficient Olmec?
What the fuck? You mean do I not consider?
No question. So you're saying you can't accept the Olmec because you're saying you prefer when it comes to broad noses and full lips
There were
and wide heads. You're saying you prefer the melanin deficient version of the Olmec.
No, because there was dark skinned Olmecs. That doesn't make them black though.
But who told you that? Like, are you programmed by what you've learned in school?
There's dark skinned
Where do you get your information to say that they're not black? That's
like
what
the
I'm saying.
Aboriginals in Australia, they're not black, but they're dark skinned.
They're dark skinned. I mean, that is true. And everyone isn't the American word of black, but there are people that have that connection. And you don't have the information or evidence to disprove what people are saying about their own personal history.
Yeah, but so you're saying all the history is false?
Most of the history is false, yes.
Go home to Africa.
Because why would the person that conquered you tell you the truth about your history? That's not even logical.
I mean, it's definitely demonized. I would agree, but I mean, the Native Americans were conquered too.
Your ancestry is Jamaican, right? You're saying, or you said that's what your great grandparents were Jamaican or grandparents, correct? You're on your father's side.
Yeah.
So that has nothing to do with most people on this panel. So your ancestry is not even mainland. So when your people were in Jamaica, my people were in the Midwest, in the Southeast. So you don't have anything in common with our lineage. And then your Caribbean side came over here, and like most melanated men will prefer 3 times more likely to date outside the race. So that's the Becky Karen's son. I just wanted for the chat.
So
the
your parents are
Beckies?
Caribbean, so you don't have anything in common with us, or particularly me. More interestingly,
No,
me.
and most of our history, most of us, if we come from southern states, Kentucky,
Mhm.
Mississippi, we're all Mississippians in that sense, because Mississippi was multiple states, and so we have a different connection than
But we all
Caribbean
black.
connection.
You're half and half, dude. You're an Arnold Palmer, man.
So you're black side's from Jamaica. Go spread this FBI bullshit in Jamaica. Why are you spreading? No, why are
Oh,
you spreading it in
we
the
got a
US?
Bob Marley on the panel. Hello.
Why are you spreading FBI, CIA propaganda that we come from Africa? Why are you spreading that over here in the USA? Go spread that in Jamaica. Don't spread your cancer to the
people
USA.
that
Go
the black people
don't
in
spread your cancer to the USA. Go do that in Jamaica. Y'all flee y'all countries and then come to the USA and spread propaganda. Go do that in your own country.
the black
Go
people in
invest your own country with Pan-Africanism. Don't do it here.
my country is America, bro.
No, your country Jamaica, like you
You're
just
you're
said.
Caribbean. I don't have anything
I
Caribbean,
was
so
born
you
in
don't
America.
you can't speak for us. You can only speak for your lineage. So OG, I'm out. I don't have anything in common with you like whatsoever. Like on your maternal side and your two padre side, nothing in common.
So
But you can't put blanket terms on us, OG. But you can only speak about your lineage. So stop putting us in we. I know you want to be down, but no.
Yeah, okay.
And I don't have a problem with Caribbeans because a lot of indigenous Caribbeans follow me. But why are you spreading that? Go do that in Jamaica.
Okay, so according to your
Can you say don't bring? Can you say you can't take that to Jamaica? You gotta take it to Puerto Rico or something.
I was born in America, though.
okay, so according to your lineage and who you are, what final thing that you have to say, what question they have to say, and what finalization they have to say to the panel right now?
Do you know the way?
You know the he just say
Oh, well, yeah. You know what?
you gotta stay off the edibles, dude.
My bad,
Like
bro.
lay off the edibles, dude.
Did he say that? Did you really just say that?
But why?
Yeah, y'all be sitting here dilly daddling with
But
foreign
see, some of our people were
Caribbeans.
taken to the Caribbeans from here, and
Okay.
that's the divide and
That's what
conquer
I'm saying.
thing.
We're
It's not
all
no
black,
divide
so
and
it doesn't matter.
conquer. You don't see me in the Caribbeans telling Caribbean people that they're African. You don't immigrate to a different country and then tell the
I'm not talking
people.
about what he
You don't
said.
immigrate to a
I'm not an
country and then
immigrant,
tell the people
though.
that were there before you that they're African. Go do that somewhere
No,
else.
I agree. He's a little
I'm
miseducated.
not an immigrant, though.
However, it's a lot of them that just like with the Haitians, that mix with the Africans. But at first, they weren't mixing. They were us taken to the island. Same as some of the others, the Arawak, Taino. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing.
He just said he not Jamaican. He just said he African descent. So if you
that's
have
not
African,
descent.
why
I just
you moved to
said
the USA?
he's a
Why
little
did your people move to the USA instead of Africa if you African
educated.
descent? Why did your
What?
people move to the USA instead of Africa if you're African descent?
All right, so I'm
Because the
learning.
USA is the
What did
land
he
of
say?
opportunity.
No, the USA is the land of fleeing, and y'all all getting deported.
Damn.
Nah, yeah.
Like, why are you so mad at me? I was born here, dog.
No, nobody's mad at you. They're educated. So
She sounds mad because she's black.
CBA everywhere but Africa.
Mad because she's what?
Because she's black.
Mad because
And stop using black. That's the problem right there.
Yo, so what did he say? Because he said that so fast when I said that question.
Black was only used as a slur towards indigenous people. So you're not black. You're an African booty scratcher. So
Bro, you're blacker than me, though.
Because many other Jamaicans that know better will
black
let
at
you
all.
know they
So,
are
yeah, I am
not
blacker than you.
African.
You're not black at all.
Yeah, I'm an Arnold
You
Palmer.
use a booty scratcher, not
Yep.
black.
Hey yo. Yeah, you're Arnold Palmer.
I
The
don't
booty
know why
scratcher
they're
flavor.
even engaging you. I don't know why. I don't know if they just like pinned to tell
Yeah,
us
you
pianta.
dumbass dark skin.
So yeah, but
Okay,
if
now
you're
get your
here, you don't even matter.
get your
You would
bitch
never
ass
ever
off the
be one
panel.
of us.
Yeah,
At
I
least
just why y'all just dilly daddling playing with somebody's ball.
At least I'm up here learning. So what did he
You
say?
need
What
to
said-
get dragged for some.
He said, "You know the way." What did he say?
Yeah, he said, do you know the way? That old ass shit. Yeah.
What does that mean?
You know the way.
Y'all
You
know
know-
some Jamaicans
No
don't
way.
know.
You should
that
check it out.
they-
It's a really good song. It's a really good song.
Dang, y'all.
Africans ain't even freaking African.
It's an like an Afro.
They migrated to Africa.
Boy was a native. I heard the Chewbacca in his voice.
I'm glad y'all purged the
People up here who identify as native, so
Oh, I don't care.
I'm glad y'all showed him the way. Even though I don't know the way. I'm glad y'all showed him the way.
Dewey. Yeah.
Yeah, you speak a garbage language.
Yeah, all right. No, I'm not. I don't speak bushmeat.
You know, there's a lot of Jamaicans that know that they're not African. African. How can they be African when Africans ain't even freaking African? They migrated. They want
represents the indoctrination. He's regurgitating what's surface level. So
like some of our people that are still
Okay, but our people
indoctrinated.
here
represents that.
Our people here in the USA who are indoctrinated, they don't move to the Caribbeans and then spread that indoctrination to the Caribbean people. They don't do
So
that.
you
I'm
think
not
life
trying to
started?
A lot of them
So
are
you
here.
think life started
A
in the
lot of them are
Caribbean?
here telling us, you know, why do you hate your African lineage? Because they still believe what they were told. They ain't woke up yet.
It's the same thing as America, but on a smaller, on an island, and
Right.
and so I mean, I'm getting tired of people treating Caribbeans like this because you act like they didn't come from the mainland.
My point. My point is people from the U.S.
I mean, if people here
are
do
not
the same
going to the
thing.
Caribbeans and telling them
They're
that
from
African.
here.
That's not
They were
happening.
taken to the
Please show
island.
me videos where that's happening of people from the USA going to the Caribbeans and
They're
telling
about
them
to
that
be
they're
underwater.
African. Show me.
Just like the
We
rest of
we see coons
Atlantic.
every day.
That happened through the American colonization with that big lie. People were taken from here to
That's
the
not my
island
point.
south.
That's not my point.
So they are just as programmed as some of the people that still call themselves African American when they don't even
That's
have
not
an
my
African
point.
lineage.
That's not my point.
He's not woke. That's the bottom line. He don't know.
No, it has nothing to do with that.
What does it have to do with?
Imagine being on an island and them sending Africans there, and you're stuck with them. At least here
That's
you can
not
move
my point.
around. At least here you can move around.
We have brainwashed people here in the USA. They do not move to the Caribbean and then spread that brainwashing to the Caribbean people.
Well, the people in the USA
Caribbean
are the
move
people
to
in the
USA
Caribbean.
and
What are
they
you
spread
talking
that
about?
shit
It's the
over
same
here.
people.
I think that's what
It's the
WP
same
wanted
over
to do.
here.
Separated by
Africans
water.
were taken to the island, and then the Africans claimed them as being African.
It's the same thing. Same people just trapped on an island. You act
Brainwashed people from the USA are not moving to the Caribbeans and trying to erase Caribbean identity and telling them that they come from Africa. There is no fucking excuse. It doesn't matter how much brainwashed people are in the USA. They're just not doing that. They're not going to the Caribbeans and erasing people. But Caribbeans are taking their indoctrinated history and moving to the USA and trying to spread that CIA shit here. Spread it in your own land. Spread it in the Caribbean. Don't spread it over here. That's the fucking point. I don't care if there was indigenous people brought to the Caribbeans. The point is today now, we have people spreading CIA propaganda in the USA. Spread it in Jamaica. Spread it in Haiti. Spread it where you were born. Spread it where your parents and your grandparents was born. Don't come over to where my people were born and spread it. That's the fucking point. Stop trying to change the goddamn subject. Like, what is going on here?
I'm fuck out. Because if you sit here and you talk about my fucking people like that one more motherfucking time,
I don't care. I don't care.
Because that's not.
I don't care.
There's people in the Americas that do that. That still think that they
pull me up a video of someone
Wait
from
a
the USA
minute. Wait a
traveling to
minute
the
now.
Caribbean.
Hold
Do it
on.
now.
We
Pull it
are.
up.
Hold on.
Drop the it's like real like damn y'all feisty as hell, man. I don't know, man. Maybe I gotta get off here. I'm not gonna lie. There's been a lot going on. I'm trying to. That's probably what I'm about to do. I'm about to hop off here. God damn, it's a little too spicy for me. Is it a full moon or something? Is it a full moon or something? Let me check. What's going on? What's going on in the stars right now? Let me go open up. Let's see what's going on in the stars right now. Yeah. Let's go. It's a first quarter moon. God, Jesus Christ, man. All right, y'all. I'm gonna talk to y'all later.